Hello again, everyone, and hey, Sinestella. So this morning we switched to the newer version of Godot, and I wrote this: finalize the Godot upgrade, then work through this list. There were a couple of bugs. I don't think these had to do with the update, but I guess before I push, I should fix them. Where do we have this? It was like merge the branch or something. Yeah, here it is. I'd love to get back to these, but I think we have some other things to do first. Beef. Hey, leave your girl. What? Did I miss something? All right, try this out. If for whatever reason you can't do this, yeah, we did all this stuff. All right, well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Writing the existing Godot issue. This PR fixed it. I think I did that. Cool. I can address everything in this. Write notes. If you override get or set, this will still happen. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I wrote that maybe 10 minutes ago, and then I was like, oh, well, now whenever I'm done with my break, I can just go start streaming. So I forgot that I had written that. That explains it. So this issue with allocations, I I kind of want a note for bugs that I encountered and what they mean. I don't have something like that here. Bug workarounds. I guess I'll write it in here. It's not really a workaround though. Where'd that issue go? I'm never going to find it, am I? No, I'm probably not going to find it. As long as I still remember my name. Oh yeah, I definitely do. Adam Leans live. Meaning live on stream. So I was not the author, but how do I find ones that I commented on? Commenter. Me. Oh, that's easy. Well, it should be easy. Oh, because it was closed. Aha. Found it. Okay, so Godot issue. This. Hey, Goose. Good afternoon. So this was about excessive allocations when tweening. See my comment there. I was on Godot 4.4 at the time and used the fix as an excuse to upgrade to 4.6. That did indeed fix my problem, but I just wanted to comment that if I ever override get or set like this, that will hit the issue again. The workaround there would be to tween a node that doesn't override those. Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that. Okay. So now we can go through all these notes. So ignore all this stuff. Causing this to happen somehow. I think this has to do with node path. I think this is some static context. Shows here that stack shows node path doesn't cause extra allocations. Wait a second. What? When used with tweens. Okay. Sure, I guess. We live, people. Bugs are being hunted. Issues being closed. That they are. Hey, Cruddlefish and hey, Ghost. Just here to say good luck on launch. Thanks, Ghost. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Things clear now. The stack is happening above. I was confused about it. Implies I have the set call. Tweens would show up in the stack. Can just set a breakpoint here. Let me find several cases where I wasn't properly caching string names. Okie dokes. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, so this is future perf stuff that I can come back to. I'm going to put this down here. So do I want to keep the object pooling that I did? It's a good question. Good question. Nice, nice, nice. Good job, Cuddlefish. Look into object pooling. I found this Reddit post that had some perf implications here. Where is this? Here, object pooler. They do everything else that I think I would do here too, right? Yeah. I mean, I kind of want to use the object pool, but I want some metrics around it before I use it. I'll just write this here. Consider object pooling. I'm just filing this to have it somewhere because other than my temp folder. Last hours. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just got finished. Still, it's a good feeling. That's how I felt. All those perf stuff. I'm finally like, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Man. Okay, so I saved both these things in my temp folder. Let's go get them. Temp. And then what? Just cat. No. That was an object pool code. We only had 2 files here, right? So yeah, cat floating text to pb copy. Details. Do you even need a summary in here? Can I just do that? Is that fine? Yes. But I could put a summary. And we could say floating text.cs. That should work, right? Yep. And then we want the other one, which is object pool. Good. And yeah, this is object pool. Can I put this like so? There's some reason why this didn't work the last time I tried it. But I don't know what it was. Yeah, that. Why does that happen? Do I need another space? Yes, I do. And so the other one probably doesn't work? No. Okay, so I didn't clean things up. The most important thing I need to do is see if the is instance valid call is actually needed. And probably try limiting the pool size. It may even be good to make a floating text pool that inherits from this, that does all floating text specific things. Really been enjoying the perf journey you've been going through. It's fun. It's my favorite bit of programming. Take existing code, make faster with same semantics. Yeah, I like it in isolated parts in some ways. Like, hey, here's a function. How do we make this function better? Here's a system. How do we make this system better? In practice, a lot of this for Skeleseller is like, oh, this code is like thoroughly embedded in the game and I got to change it everywhere. And I think the issue too is that when you're tackling this at first, you have 100% of the rest of the journey to go through. When you have only 10% of it left to go through, you're like, okay, here's the last problem or something. And it's a little bit easier. This is kind of hard because I'm like, I wasn't planning on doing this right now. Okay, yeah. Keep in mind that floating text can be read at any point, which is why the dispose is important. Due to closing battle windows. Also, the object pool should probably handle going back to the title screen when everything gets freed. Yeah, well, I hope it's good on the Steam Deck. I don't think it's quite there yet. Like, it's not terrible, but it could stand to be a lot better. Okay, so here were all the other performance things that I had written down. Like, look through sample calls for extra allocations. Maybe some of the easy ones we can just finish up really fast. Is anywhere we're using object model, we can probably just change. Because, yeah, anywhere we had a collection, I think has no reason to exist. I think we can just change these to list, and they'll just immediately be better. I wonder what else this is going to break. Yeah, it's going to break everything. It should fix some allocations, though. Collection is backed by list to begin with. In fact, I wonder if we could have... I probably should have done this. Okay, it's not too late. I'll do this in a sec. I want to track how many allocations this is actually like saving us by doing this, because it should just impact for each loops. Yeah, list. Why do we have so many collections? Can you pre-allocate capacity of the list so they only allocate on initial use rather than needing resize? I don't mind the resize as long as the resize isn't happening every single frame, which I guess it couldn't, because then you'd eventually go beyond the bounds of what you have allocated. What I care about more is that there are lots of times when we are making a new list for just like that one frame. So we're doing allocations, 60 times per second. That's the biggest issue. Okay, so this is done, and now this needs to take in a list. Then so does this. We just need to delete collection from everywhere. In fact, we can just do this and then just look through all the errors that happened. Should be simple. Good. Making good progress. And that should be it. And it might not build. There might be like one or two other functions that I missed, but we'll find them very easily and fix them very easily. No, that was it. It built. All right, so I want to test. Let's turn this off. What I want to test is how many allocations that we have if I just... Oh, you know what we could do? We can go pull in my old save file that we had. CP save... What I call it? I called it save backup. Please tell me I did not use that as the name for everything. No, because it's a cloud folder. Okay, good. Save backup to save.json. Okay, now we undo everything. Not quite everything though, do we? I clearly didn't think about this all that much. I want to stash everything except for this, I think. Can you just type in the paths with stash? I've never actually tried that. Presumably can. There's a path spec here. Let's push dash dash. That might work. I mean, I'm just going to look this up. Get stash specific files. How can I stash a specific file? Command to save a specific path. Stash push path. You'll enter interactive mode. Huh. Interesting. I mean, can I just specify multiple file names? Because if so, then that'll be very easy. Get stash push, and then let's just specify two of these. not in a repository. Oh, that's why. Git status, git stash, push. Okay, I want to try this one and enemy data. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Did that work? And then git stash pop. Yeah, nice. Easy. Hey, kids, I do use AI, if that's what you're asking, instead of IA. But for those sorts of questions where I figured it was just on Google, I think it's, I just don't feel like going to ChatGPT necessarily. So what I want to do now is I want to copy all of this, PV copy, and I want to get all the ones that we just changed, because I shouldn't have done that. So enemy data, there's one. What else? Abilities component, effects component, shop component. Okay, all of those. Ability, effects, shop. Battle system was another one. Yep. Not feature flags though. Battler, customer, shop. Only part of town probably. No, all of town. Okay. So all of these. Town menu, not one of those. This one. I'm not really concerned about that one. So let's not touch that one. And then that's it. Okay. Yeah, sure thing, kids. All right, so these are all the ones we want to stash. So we just delete all this and then join them all. And then, oh, that didn't work. And then do git stash push. Done. So now we should only have changes that I was okay having. Let's just double check. Yep, looks good to me. So what did I want to do? I want to go run with allocations on and then load the game. And we snapshot as soon as we load the game. And we're on 6.1 for that. So I do this. And I want to see how much of an impact does this make. It's not going to be great, but maybe it's something. Maybe it's like a, I don't know, 5% fewer allocations. Because every for each over a collection, I think does an allocation, whereas over a list does not. So I want to hit continue at the same time I press this button, which is kind of impossible, but let's just get close enough. Where's the button? Minimize this. There it is. Okay, so click continue here as I click get snapshot. Oh, whoops, we should do it after it loads. That was kind of stupid. Okay, there. After the screen fades in. So we just won't have that one in the comparison. And then I want this to run for a certain amount of time. That's our second snapshot, which is almost at exactly 30 seconds. Let's let it run for... let's let it run to the 1 minute, 15 second mark. There you go. Because I just want to have enough of a sample size here. Is there a way to see a timer or something at the top? I know there's a timeline here, but it'd be nice to know exactly when I hit 1 minute 15. Oh, I should stop at an actual... All right, well, I've kind of messed this up already. Let's just hit get snapshot. Okay, so I don't know how long apart these are. And we kind of need to know that. Otherwise, this isn't going to help me. But here's what we have. This is 45 seconds with collection. And this will be approximate. Not going to end up doing this perfectly. Now we do a git stash pop. We get all our files back. So now we're using collections for everything. And we do the exact same thing. Okie dokie. So we hit continue. Then I get a snapshot once it loads in. There we go. Okay. And then we go to the 1 minute mark. Yeah. This is not super scientific. Again, I'm just kind of curious. I mean, ideally we see some improvement, but even just seeing this thing go up by so much, this suggests to me that we got to stop instantiating so much. It's not like these allocations aren't for a good reason. Like every time we make a fireball in the game, for example, that's an allocation. So we need the fireball in the game. It just could be taken from an object pool or something. We don't have that. So it's about to hit 1 minute. There it goes. And now we compare this to what we had over here. So did this change in any meaningful way? Oh, hey, the ability system one went away completely. Or did it just move down the list? It might be that one. In which case, no, it just went down by a little bit. And this could just be timing differences and not actually anything changing. Yeah, I don't know about this. Because like this one went up to 1.86. It used to be at 761. But now it's because we're iterating over lists. I should probably just look at where that is. Oh, wait, no. It didn't go up. Sorry, it's the other way around. It's the old is on the left side. So the new one's on the right side. So we'd ideally want to see the new ones with lower numbers. And yeah, I guess the list iterator got knocked out of that. All right, well, that's probably decent enough. Yeah, cool. They should treat it as an option? What do you mean? The option is basically in what language you choose. If you don't want garbage collection, just don't choose a forced garbage collection language, right? Or manage everything yourself anyway. All right, I'm going to check that in because, yeah, this was pretty easy to do. So I guess all those same files we push are the same files we need to do this for. All right. Battler, customer, town. Overlay visibility controller. I got rid of this, but what did this do? Toggle tab panel. Oh, yeah, I did just comment this out. Why, though? Wasn't there? Huh. I don't know why I commented that out. But yeah, so that shouldn't be a bug. Where's that? Note, I think this was just the morning of today since I had this commented out. And it was intentionally commented out. I just didn't mean to test for that version. Okay, that looks good. And that's everything, right? Yep. Shouldn't mean you don't treat your allocations as first-class citizens just because the runtime provides that for you. You mean just be mindful of your allocations? Because, yeah, I agree with that. I think, again, this all kind of depends on the performance of your allocation. Or, sorry, of your application. Let's say I were making, I don't know, like a tool to scan your file system or something and find, I don't know, like find viruses. And it's like, okay, you click the button and it goes and scans your file system. It's like, that takes so long that if it took an extra 500 milliseconds, you probably wouldn't care. But yeah, in a game, it'd be drastically problematic. You'd be like, oh, that's a ton of frames I just lost. I don't know if universally this was a good idea, but whatever. Stop using collection. I didn't totally measure this, but at least once in the past, we had an issue with extra allocations when iterating over a collection. They're backed by lists by default anyway, so we may as well make them a list for now. Okay. Beginning of battle. Hovering over a crop causes tons of allocations. I still want to look into this stuff in the future. I don't think I've probably fixed this. Yeah, I'll just save this stuff for later. Process logic to this. Process calls, seeing everything can be deferred. Call the is editor hint can be cached. This probably doesn't matter. Randomize get items for a shuffled collection. Iterating over 2D adventures. Okay, this one's pretty important. Yeah, this one's pretty important. Let's file this into major and minor stuff. And then this is unfiled for right now. Talking about get children calls, similar scenario to get nodes in group. We do this in quite a few places, if I understood correctly. Try to use Godot collections. Ah, the of type cassette. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably stupid. Oh boy. Yeah, we should probably look through those. They run some ups recently after the frustrations. Yeah, I'm glad people have enjoyed watching the process and hopefully learn some things from it. And hopefully my notes will help other people in the future too. I would like to come back to this at some point before launch. I don't know if that point will happen. So this is probably a major thing. Anywhere that we do get children and then a link expression on the return value means we're allocating a list when Godot already returned a Godot specific collection, which is I enumerable. Yeah. We call set augment button state every single time money's modified, even if you fully upgraded the portal. That's probably worth looking into. I don't know if it's major or not. Yeah, this, even just checking is showing from source, cause to be hit every frame. We should probably cache visible. On adventure, battle state change called once per adventure. Sure, this is something we replace. See what it would take to update .net. I mean, we just made an update. We could potentially do this too. But yeah, I could write that down. Interesting stuff. Yeah, again, I'm glad. And I mean, I directly benefit from all the stuff that I just did on the stream too. So that's also pretty nice. It's hard to say exactly how much better the game got on Steam Deck. But yeah, hopefully it's running more consistently at 60 FPS. Track this. Trading from warehouse calls hunger gauge value. We can emit a signal. Yeah, that's pretty minor. Okay, so this is perf stuff for later. Perf. So we have major and minor changes, and then this stuff is also some of the major changes. Win, win, win. All right, so now we're just on to regular bugs. I think so. Oh boy. All right, let's get to it. So we're going to update Godot. We don't need these things here. Bug workarounds. Town menu. I'm going to delete the stutter count thing for now. I think it was a pretty good idea. In fact, did I write that down already? I don't think I wrote that down. Yeah, I did write that down. Yeah. Hey, Schwartz. I don't have a link command. Are you looking for something in particular? Bugs are back on the menu. Because I don't mind just answering what you might be curious about. Like, what is link, for example? This looks fine. You might cancel something to reset it. I think that's probably a good idea, too. Do you like link syntax? I like the syntax just fine. I don't think there's a problem with that. I rarely have problems with syntax, I'd say. Maybe dictionary initializers I find very difficult for me to come up with from memory. It's new and then curly brace and then a curly brace for each line. But then there's another syntax style you can have where you do it this way. I just never remember this and just look at a previous dictionary I wrote and copy paste it. But yeah, otherwise syntactically, I don't usually have an issue. What happened to, oh yeah. Okay, so we're deleting this. Cheats menu. Oh, that's why I did this. Oh, wait a second. Then wouldn't pressing X have toggled? Oh, but I had debug turned off. Aha. Yeah, so that's probably not an issue anymore. Feature flags. Let's just cut this out. Godot tools. This I might want to keep for testing on the Steam Deck. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably keep that around. Okay, so let's check in the other stuff then. So this is going to be updating Godot. Update Godot from 4.4 to 4.6.1. I did this because of this issue. We were just getting so many allocations by using tweens. I played through the game for about an hour and didn't see anything too funky, except on the Steam Deck where the main panels are very broken. I should just say what that was in the picture here. Yeah. What is that called? Panels tab container. Okay. So now we go look through the updating Godot thing that I have written a while ago. Read through any Godot blog posts to find out if they're breaking issues, gotchas, etc. Update environment variables pointed to new Godot. Oh yeah, wow. Big thing to do there. I'm glad I have that written down. So this is our new application that we're going to use. I got to put it over here. We'll see the new icon. And then this shouldn't even be there. I don't know why that is there. Just delete that. And now we go edit Z shell and find our Godot 4. Well, I guess technically this is correct now. Yeah. Can you run this with dash version? Oh, nice. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, that was easy. All right, what else? Get the new export templates. Cool. All right, nice. Upgrade into 2 or beyond 4.5. We can address this comment. What is this comment? I'm so excited about this because we've been keeping a list of these small little improvements we can make if only we had updated, and we finally updated. This is needed to allow the pop-up to have a non-square shapes because pop-ups are rendered. Okay, hang on a second. Let's just go find this in here where we'll have proper word wrapping. Yeah. So this is needed to allow pop-up to have non-square shapes because pop-ups are rendered as independent windows by the game, blocking any graphics behind them unless set to transparent. A change was merged and landed on Godot 4.4 Beta 1, which would enable this behavior by default. Requires enabling display per pixel transparency allowed in the project settings, which could impact performance for the whole game. Instead, we prefer to enable only for pop-ups. Changing question is this. All right, we might not actually do anything here. Make nodes have spacing around them to show the shadows of their theming. Make them be transparent by default. And fix some bugs. We only have 2 pop-up menus in the whole game, I think. Yeah, we probably only call this in 2 places. Yep. And I know where they both are, window mode and interval. Yep. So let's just run this and see what happens. I haven't done anything yet. I haven't changed a single thing, but I don't know if I looked at this earlier or if I paid attention. I don't know what this used to look like. Yeah, I don't know what that used to look like. Let's just pull up what it used to look like. I do want to play anyway. It used to span the whole thing. Now it doesn't. So this is the before picture. And presumably it looks like that for this too, right? Yeah. Before. Why is this huge? And our after picture is this. I mean, it's not that bad, but it doesn't look great. Oh, whoops. I meant to paste that with after written on it. All right. It doesn't look like the background changed. It looked like just the, where'd that go? I guess I gotta close some of these tabs so I can actually see what's going on here, huh? Wait, no, I want that one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. So it looks like we just need to have this span the length of the parent control. I wonder why that didn't happen by default. I also kind of wonder if we turn this on, per pixel transparency. That now exists in project settings. Pixel transparency. Allowed, what does it say? If true, allows per pixel transparency for the window background. This affects performance, so leave it on false unless you need it. Is it already on false? Yeah, okay, we're not going to turn that on then. So if I turn this off, what happens? Hey, Gigento. Is that an option button or a custom button? They changed some sizing settings for pop-up menus in 4.6. Is what an option button? Like this or this? Because I can tell you what any of these things are. It doesn't look like it's had any impact setting this to transparent. Right? It's still got rounded corners. Yeah, I don't see any difference. Is it already true by default, I wonder? Let's go take a look at that. Because, yeah, maybe it is. And then we'll just worry about the sizing. Although even that is probably not worth it. Who's going to actually look at this stuff? So what is this set to? It's already true. Okay. The button that opens a pop-up menu or drop-down. Yeah, let me see what that is. I think it's called a menu button. Game settings menu. It is a menu button. A menu button is just a built-in in Godot. Wait, right? I don't think that's something I made. Menu button. Yeah. Menu button just exists. So we apparently don't need this anymore, although I don't know why. Make them be transparent by default. Yeah, all right. I don't think we need this anymore then. Make pop-up window transparent. Okay, so that's now gone. Now, if we want to do the sizing the same way that we did before, how do we go find that? Godot 4.6 pop-up changes. Upgrading. Oh, look at it. I didn't know this page even existed. My goodness. Wow. Okay, we're definitely putting a link to this in here. Look through any breaking changes for each version. This page, well, it's not this page that has all of them. It's Yeah, this page. This page has all of the versions. Man, that's great. We should definitely look through this. If you're migrating, the breaking changes listed here might affect you. Changes are grouped by areas and systems. Method set scope replaced by set method. That's probably not an issue for me. Get RPC config, set name, changes name parameter type from string to, oh, hey, this is what I just commented on. Yeah, it's probably, I can probably do something about this now. We upgrading version right before launch. We pretty much had to. The old version had such a critical bug in it that anytime you had a tween running on a node that had a C# script, it would create an allocation every single frame. And I can't deal with that. Work there too, and it would keep the pop-up menu same minimum size as the button. I wonder what the point of menu button is then. Godot menu button. Godvo. A button that brings up a pop-up menu when clicked. Maybe there's just some way to change the... No, I don't see it here. Way to change the sizing of it. But let's still look through this stuff for right now. Really fast. Animation. Property assigned animation changes from string to string name. Oh, interesting. Assigned animation. So they paid attention to a bunch of these things. Autoplay changed. Autoplay. This isn't a scene file, so I'm assuming this stuff is all going to work totally fine. And it's only if we set it through C# that it's probably not fine. No, it seems fine. Current animation. Current animation. No, I don't have anything there. When did you go for C#? Yeah, I have a Y C# command. Get Q I never used. Current animation changed. Did I ever use that? Animation dot star changed. Nope. 3D, didn't touch 3D. Rendering. Accessibility creates subtext edit elements. Adds a new is last line. I don't know what this even is. And TTS speak, we probably don't need that. GUI nodes, grab focus adds a new hide focus. Has focus has ignore hidden. I don't think I ever use those. File dialog we never use. Line edit. Method edit adds a new hide. I don't care about that. Split container we don't use. Networking I didn't use. OpenXR I didn't use. Editor. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff here. Change return type from int to something else. This would have broken my code if I'd used this. Method add filter, move to base class. Yeah, this would have all broken stuff. Behavior changes, Android, I don't care. Core, change in 2 ways. Load steps is no longer written. Oh, thank goodness. Because there was a way to mess that up. So it's just gone from all my files? Not necessarily. It is not. But I bet if we ran through Godot, it might be gone. And maybe we should run that like update UID thing or whatever. So I want to check this in already. Update readme about updating Godot. And then remove call to make pop-ups transparent. This is now the default, so we don't need this call. And then I want to run the UID tool after all this stuff. It should drop load steps from each scene, I believe. But let's keep reading through this. Unique node IDs are now saved to scene files to help track nodes when they're moved or renamed. Scene refactoring significantly more robust. Changes are backwards compatible and forwards compatible, which means scenes saved in Godot 4.5 can be loaded in 4.6. Saving a scene that was last edited, significant diffs will occur. These diffs are expected. As a reminder, so I just need to save it. So if it doesn't make those changes, save each scene manually. I mean, that's going to be tedious, but probably it'll work. What else? As a reminder, you can upgrade all files using... Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I was going to do. And it's just called upgrade project files now, not run UID tool. Okay. Rendering. Default blend mode for glow is now screen. Okay. I don't know what that means. I mean, I kind of know what that means. It's what to do with the alpha. I don't think the rest of that matters. That doesn't matter. Navigation. These return an empty path when from ID is disabled or solid point. Wonder if that's going to cause any issues. No, it's okay. I don't mind people like testing to see if commands are there. Although, just so you know, there is a command database in the form of this, which would let you test any one of them. And so if you type YC, you would see that it isn't a command, but YC sharp is. And that way people didn't have to spam commands if they didn't want to. And you can search for contents of things here too. I can type YouTube and it'll find every single YouTube thing. There's a lot of stuff in there. What is... No. All right, what else? What else? Change default. Default rendering driver on Windows for newly created projects is now Direct 3D 12. This can be changed under the driver. What do I have it set to? Windows drive. What's going on right now? Where's Windows in here? There's some way to figure this out. I forgot how you do this. Oh man, there's some way to get like extra settings here, I thought. Oh, here it is. Vulkan. So this should be Direct 3D 12. This is... I don't know what I should do here. If it's the new default for Godot, then probably we should switch to it. Why did they do that though? Direct 3D 12 support was added for the Windows platform in Godot 4.3. And 4.6 focused on fixing known issues with the aim of making it the default rendering device. Why? Mainly because Vulkan support on Windows is giving us a lot of headache, with GPU drivers often being poorly maintained. We've seen many regressions in NVIDIA and AMD drivers that would outright break Godot and games released with it. More or less feature parity. That's a scary shit, I know, Hisky. Especially seeing more or less feature parity. I know there's a C below here. Only impacts new projects. Still available. It's recommended that you do this. Compiling from source will now require downloading the dependencies needed by Direct3D 12. For PC VR users, we're aware it doesn't have full parity with Vulkan. Missing VRS and foveated rendering IIUC. And when using Wine, note that the system versions of Wine don't support it. It should fall back gracefully to Vulkan in that case. Okie dokie. I'm going to just try it. I'm going to change it to the D3D12. And yeah, I mean, I definitely need someone to test this out. Well, I guess I could too, but yeah, where's my merge branch thing? Here it is. I changed the Windows renderer to D3D12. Get someone to help test this. Okay, what else? Default 3D physics engine. I don't use 3D physics. Rendering. Don't think I use this stuff. GUI nodes. Sub menu pop-up delay. Old value 0.3, new value 0.2. This is taking 1/5 of a second to load. Is that what that means? Huh. Sub menu pop-up delay. I mean, it feels pretty instantaneous to me. What is going on when I press space? Did I just break something? What happened here? Yeah, I don't know. Apparently you can't press space on a pop-up menu. Huh. Seems like a bug. Pop-up menu UI accept. Now flash, show flash of desktop when opened. It's not that. I'm not seeing the desktop. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. Shift in UI accept doesn't work. Displays in an odd location. Preferred native menu. Huh. Hey again, Flare. Wonder what happens when you press enter on this. No, the same thing happens. Oh, I don't want to look into this. But I feel like I should file a bug on it. But that would mean making a minimal repro project. Fine. Fine. Let's just do it. Should be pretty fast. Create a new project over here. Pop-up menu repro. Opted against it because we had too many issues. That was a while ago. Well, also, you were making a 3D game, right? I imagine that would probably have more issues. But if it turns out it doesn't work, I'll just revert back. I think it should be okay. It's just Windows anyway. And we already had, well, I say just Windows. I mean, we had the most Windows playtesters with Vulkan, and it was working. So it'll probably, hopefully, still work. All right, so we need a control and a pop-up menu button. And then I think you can just add elements under here. How does that work? How does that work? Window mode menu button. We did add item. Can we not just add items underneath it directly? Label, test 2. I don't think you can do this. Under items in inspector. Yeah, thank you. There. Yes, awesome. Okay, so text is just going to be, it can be literally anything. I don't really care what the elements. What is going on here? I can't see where that text box is. Can I change the color of Godot? I think, yeah, base color. Is this doing anything? You might need to restart. Oh, whoa, my God. I don't want that. What color did I use to use? Hello? Colors? Okay, whew. Okay, this is still an ugly mess. Let's just revert to the default for a second. Wait, the default is... Oh, that looked green to me. Do I want this darker? Do I want this bluer? I like can't see the text input over here, but then again, my light is right next to it. And I thought this might help, but it doesn't seem like it's helping. Old color should be under color presets. Oh, I mean, I was on a custom color, but it just looks different right now. And I don't remember what my custom color was. Hey again, Rima. Oh, contrast? What if we crank that up? Does that work on the fly or no? Oh, it does look like that did something. Now what if I set this down to -1? Oh, interesting. It's actually kind of nice. Yeah, what's the default for this? 0.3? I feel like I want this higher. No, I want a -5. Something like that. I don't know, at least now I can see text boxes. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's just try that for a bit. Actually, is that dumb? Is that gonna, I don't know. Okay, anyway, text. So test, and we make another item underneath that. Test 2. Now just play the scene. Hey, Pige. Whoa, right, there's in editor running now. I forgot about this. Where's my pop-up menu? I guess I didn't give it a name. Click me or like press space on me after clicking. Very neat. Yeah, it literally doesn't do anything. but I think it's activating it. So this doesn't really show that I've repro'd this. I don't want to worry about this for right now. I don't think this is an important thing to do. Yeah, let's just close out of this. Did it change the Godot colors over here? Oh, I don't know. Theme. Oh, neat. You can do all this stuff. I clicked the wrong theme, though. Yeah, contrast is not set to what it was before. I wonder if I just reload the project, though, if it'll do that. Because it looks like it restarts Godot. Yeah, this looks like it's using the new contrast now. Well, I don't know. Let's just set it to this. Cool. We had to enable focus. Yeah, I had done that. I think in Skeleseller, it's very obvious because you press space and it's, I don't know what's happening exactly. It's hiding everything else, though. Maybe it'd be obvious if I'd done that in a new thing. I'm not sure. Oh, I kind of want to try it. Fine. Because it's probably covering everything that's behind it. So like if I put this inside of a panel container and then make this the root, where's root there? And put this there and then delete the control and make this take up a lot more space. Oh, right. You can't move nodes by default anymore. You have to click the move node thing, right? Yeah, because too many people accidentally moved nodes when they were trying to click them, which happened to me a lot. This is why I read through the patch notes, so I'm not surprised when that stuff happens. No, this isn't hiding the entire background. I don't know what's going on that's different. All right, I'm just going to be done with this. Doesn't matter. It might be a problem that we're doing. So how would I change the size of this? Actually, I'm still getting ahead of myself. I want to read through the rest of the patch notes. Breaking changes. This was from 4.4 to 4.5. Oh, no, what? I read through the later ones first. Well, that doesn't seem right. Here's 4.4 to 4.5. Huh. I guess you probably should read from the end. I don't know. Okay. What else? Did I read through everything in here? I think so. This is 4.5 to 4.6. Yeah, we read through everything here. We should see the D3D12 stuff on here. D3D. Yep, cool. Okay, so we have not read through the things on this one. Should be relatively safe to migrate. Covers everything. Breaking changes might affect you. Great. JSON RPC, node rendering, file dialog, create from extension. I don't think we have that. Reset physics interpolation was removed. We apparently didn't use that. Rendering device features breaks compatibility because of the way the bindings generated detects it. Huh. Interesting. Hey, TK. What is this stream, brother? What are you doing? I'm making a game called Skeleseller. So yeah, if you look at that Steam page that Ryan will link to you. Here's the game. It's a town management game. We're launching in 27 days. And I am currently trying to upgrade the game editor the game engine that I'm using. All right, I don't think this matters. Draw character as a new oversampling optional parameter. Multi-line string has oversampling. Oh yeah, all this is for oversampling. Add image has alt text. Interesting. Replace size and percent with width and percent, height and percent. Okay. Table adds a new name, underline, update image. Okay, that's all fine. Text line. I don't think we really use this, but this is still all oversampling stuff. I don't think I care about that. Yeah. XR I don't care about. Editor plugins I probably don't care about. Tile map layer. Get chords for body rid. I don't think we use that. No. And then physics quadrant size. Yeah, 3D model import I didn't do. Core resource.duplicate only duplicates them internal. I never used that. Add property info. We never used that. Path join now avoids adding an extra path separator when the original string is empty. Okay, fine. Probably never needed to worry about that. We did use path join. We use it in 3 places, but we only use it when there's actually a directory. Yeah, that hopefully won't matter. What platform? Yeah, all desktop platforms, Windows, Mac, Linux. I guess your Steam Deck. An important day this year. Launch will be one day faster. Yeah, but who does that day matter for? How many people really have their birthday on that day? Certainly no one in chat. Do you ever tell people you're 1/4 the age that you really are, leap year girl? Actually, it'd be less than that, right? Leap year rules, because it wasn't 2000. Yeah, this. Except for years divisible by 100 unless they're also divisible by 400. Wait, so never mind. 2000 was a leap year then? Yes. So never mind. I used to do that. Yeah, Amy, good luck with the final sprint. Hope you don't run into many issues upgrading. Thanks. Thanks and thanks. Yeah, so far it looks like things have been good, but I'm just double checking by looking through this stuff. Get extension now returns an empty string instead of the original string. I don't think I used that. By default, regions in a navigation server map now update asynchronously using threads to improve performance. This can cause additional delay in the update due to thread synchronization. Asynchronous region update can be toggled with use async iterations project setting. Okay, what's that set to by default? Or by, I mean now, sorry, in my thing. Async. They're both on. I don't know, let's just try it. I tell people 3 1/4. Are like, what? What do you mean? Merging of nav meshes has changed processing order. Regions now merge and cache internal nav meshes first. Then the remaining free edges are merged by the navigation map. If they had sync errors before, it might now have shifted affected edges, making already existing errors in the layout more noticeable in the pathfinding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That might affect us, and it might affect us in very subtle ways. That might be very hard to detect. So let's do this. After watching the intro, it used to cause an error. So if I just skip out of this now, I think we'll see, yep. Root node needs to be inside the tree. Hey, they tell you the backtrace right in VS Code now? Oh, that's incredible. They never used to do that. It would just tell you this error and then this and nothing more. That is fantastic. You used to be able to get this still. You just had to go into Godot and then run your game again and then repro your issue again. So yeah, so now what we're going to do is just make 1,000,000 workers. And I guess give ourselves like 1,000,000 items and whatever, all this other stuff. And then just see, do any of them walk in places they shouldn't walk? I think it should be fine. I don't see any weirdness going on. Oh, hey, there's that problem I saw from earlier. No. No. Oh, well, at least it's happening on Mac, because that means it should be easier to fix. I don't know how I did that, though, but we have a video now. The panels tab container looks like this now. Yeah, so how did I do that? I know I watched the outro there, but I shouldn't have to do that. I know I click grant most things. So I did this. And then what happens if I just press, oh yeah, that's it. Just load my save file and press P. Just load the save file and press P. Whew. Well, we're gonna have to look into that in a bit. All right, I see that my ad break is coming up, so I'm going to remember that we left off here. And where I left off, still looking through breaking changes before getting back to my MD file. Hey, Mysterious, just in time for a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Hey, Captain Strider. And hey, Ruler. What is this? This is Jump Royale. You type join to join the game, and then J and a number. Negative numbers go to the left. Positive numbers go to the right. And you try to make it to the top. Close the game. Okay. What are we doing? Looking through this. That's why we write notes. All right, physics. When 3D physics is such a jolt. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. And GScript calls to... This will continue to work. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, so we looked through all the breaking changes. Do we have to make any changes as a result of that? What is this doing here? I don't care about this. I don't know why this got added all of a sudden, though. But it shouldn't matter whatsoever. So whatever, just leave it there. Because I don't do 3D stuff. I also think there's such an incredibly slim chance that somehow I update this project and we eventually get to 3D and I don't... first of all, even that, just that part alone, I update this to have 3D. I don't know why that would happen, but if I did, presumably I'd look through some of these options. Accept automatically suggested change. This is probably irrelevant because we're not doing 3D stuff. So nothing else changed, right? Yeah. GodotCon. I'm so tempted to go. You should. It's probably going to be a good time. I talked to some people. Well, I really shouldn't say some people. It was like 2 people, maybe. Make it sound like it's more than it really is. I talked to a couple of people who went to the one in Boston or the one, I think before that was in Germany. And they seemed like they had fun. I mean, is this a... I'm not going to ask about this. All right, so now back to the MD file. We get to updating Godot. Address this comment. This is in game settings menu. I already looked at this. Yep, so that one's done. Next is we can get rid of RC edit. Did I actually use this? I don't know what I did with RC edit. Apparently I have a lot of notes on it. Oh, thanks, Sleepy Girl. And now welcome, Mysterious. I appreciate it. Mac OS. Okay, let's look at all the RC edit notes. Get a warning about needing RC edit. You can just uncheck application, modify resources, which means you won't have custom icon. If you do want a custom icon, install it. And apparently wine. If you don't want to use RC edit, they have instructions farther down the page. I'm just going to write this here first. Update. But if you're... So these notes are only for prior versions. Yeah, it was to create the Windows icon, but like, do I still need this? What do I have to do? Windows. Man, what do I have to do? Uncheck application, modify resources means you won't have a custom icon on Windows. If you do want a custom icon, install it. If you don't want to use RC edit, they have instructions farther down the page. Oh boy. So to get wine for this through the Godot UI. Some examples of how this looks for other games on Windows. There. Okay, I'm a little confused. What did I use this for? Do I even have this? Hey, Bald Bearded Builder. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. What were you doing today? Was it more co-working stuff? We have been working diligently toward launching Skelesaller. It comes out on March 17th. For those of you who do not want to do the math for that, that's exactly 27 days away, at least in my time zone. Which means I'm in panic mode. Because we have a lot to do. I mean, the game's pretty much finished and it's pretty much playable, and there's some bugs and some polished things that I want to work on. And I'd like to just add some delightful features, but we haven't had any extra time. Nada. I work on MS Power Toys in my day job, so I've been doing that live. Oh, cool. Are you employed by Microsoft? I think I've only ever seen you in co-working mode. He is. Hey, Rambling Geek. Oh, neat. Okay, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think I used one of the Power Toys when I was on Windows. I don't remember which one. I know a lot of people use the like multiple desktops ones before. I think Windows might have added that by default. I never liked multiple desktops on any computer that I've used. Maybe if all I ever used was like a MacBook and with a trackpad, maybe I'd like it more. Even then, I think it's a little bit weird. In the past, I worked on stuff that wasn't open source. Oh, okay. So this is like a somewhat new thing? Yeah, pretty nice. Well, yeah, welcome in, everyone. If anyone is, by the way, curious in trying Skelesaller, there's a demo. It's there on Steam. It's on itch as well. You can just download and play it if you want to. Certainly no pressure to do that. Command palette, basically Spotlight or Raycast for Windows. Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds pretty neat. I used to work at Microsoft a long time ago, and we had a hackathon. I was on Windows at the time, and we had a hackathon, and for that, I made a project that was, oh, what did I do? God, I can like kind of picture it. It was some like shortcut manager program, and there was a way of adding shortcuts to it and then activating them. This was way back in the day. It never got picked up or anything. Yeah, pretty neat. I haven't actually seen that one though. Power Toys palette. I was gonna say this better be a video, or else I'm just staring at nothing right now. Yeah, okay. This is what I would roughly expect from this. Yeah, pretty nice. Cool. All right, so what else? Maybe I should just try exporting this and then sending it to somebody. Yeah, what do they write here? File metadata like custom icon, product name, company information is stored internally as resources. For years in order to modify these, needed access to an external Windows program. I somehow was doing this already. I don't know how I was doing this. Because I don't know where I have RC edit. And, well, they did mention instructions. Where's the page? Godot can create it for you based on the icon file defined in the Windows export preset. If no icon is defined, the application config icon is used. Windows export preset? ICO? I included the icon? I don't think we need to do that anymore. Hey, Internet, and hey, Darkstorm. Yeah, we've already upgraded Godot. We're now just looking through all the sort of fallout from that. My Windows icon is the default. So you're saying it's not a skull? I just want to make sure you don't mean Skelesaller default. Yeah, so then none of what I was doing even worked, apparently. That's good to know. Correct. Okay, yeah. Oh, man. I was not aware of this. Well, then this should be dead simple now, right? I just delete this completely and from here too. And now it should use the default icon. Hey, Ski, can you right click and go to right click the executable, go down to properties and tell me, is the copyright there? Because that should have made it in at least. I'm not sure what else should have made it in, but probably just that. All right, what am I doing? So now this can happen automatically. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so yeah, none of this was working. Oh boy. All right, well, I'm kind of curious about this. Let's go see if that ICO file was used for anything else. Probably not. So this is what I want to search for. What does that do in there? What does that do in there? I thought it said it could use, yeah, application config icon. Is that not what I have? There's, oh, there it is. Why are there two of these though? Icon.png, that is icon.png. So why, so Mac doesn't need it? Not sure exactly. Yeah, here it is. So if I don't have this defined, does it also use the default one? Huh. Where's the Windows icon? I guess we could have just found it by right-clicking that. Because this one says it'll fall back to the default. Right? No, it doesn't say that. Why does this say that then? If no icon is defined in the Windows export preset, the config icon project setting is used automatically instead. I wonder if that's true for Mac as well and they just don't say that? Because if so, we can just delete both of these things. And then try exporting. Yeah, might as well. You see this in the demo? How is that possible? I messed up the playtest? I don't even know how I could do that. Unless it's a Steam setting. Let me go check on Steam. It's probably not a Steam setting. That doesn't make any sense, right? Maybe it does. It's correct in the demo. Okay, let me go look at the demo first. Where do I even look for this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is even a Steam setting. Steam change, Steamworks, game icon, community and client icons. Changing library icon. I don't think they'd modify the executable for that. I probably just copyright's correct on the demo. Okay, that's got to be a me thing then. I don't know how I don't know how I messed this up. Okay, well, let's try exporting the Mac version and just see what happens. So I click this, I click this. Save. Hi, Lane. How's it been? It's been pretty good. When was the last time you were here? I can see if I have a more specific answer than that. You were last here about 4 months ago. Yeah, it's been mostly launch prep in that time. Trying to think. It's hard to remember just off the top of my head what happened in the last 4 months. I mean, I have a journal. I could just look at that. But yeah, there's been some content creation, some marketing, some just panicking. The huge. right, game out. Mac, Steam. Same for the rest of the details, version, etc. Everything's good on the demo. Everything's wrong in the other ones. Okay, well, I just published something. And is this the correct icon in here? What did I just do? Okay, let's go to the delete me folder. This is 93 megabytes. I don't even think this is ScaleSLR. I just exported. No, yeah, what is this? It exported the code. What? Okay, this is probably really bad. What did I mess up? Mac, Steam. Yeah, and it's the right time. It's at 2:54. It's 2:55 right now. This is definitely a file I just produced. What did it do? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Did I? I don't know what I'm supposed to click here. Maybe I click export project. Why are what's the difference between these things? Export project resources. Export project is a playable build. Really? That's what they name these buttons? That seems wrong to me. I would expect this one to be export project and this to be like release the game. All right, fine. Let's do it correctly. Hey, Katie. Can you say hello before I focus on a game jam? This is going to be a new game, not the island one that you said was, you said inspired by a game. And you're like, I thought this was pretty funny. I think you said it was Treasure Island. And you're like, I've named my game Treasure Isle. Couldn't help but laugh at that. No, but it's different from that, right? I wish you luck. Other way around. Okay, they were Treasure Isle. You changed the E to an and. Gotcha. So does it have the right icon? It does. So I don't think we need to do anything special now. So I'm going to export a build for ski. But how will I even know that this worked correctly? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's just click export and find out. Week game jam for brackies. Do some funsies. Then back to Island Boy. Okay, cool. Do you have an idea in mind for the game jam? Am I wasting your precious ideation time by asking you about this? Okay, so I've exported this. Engage privacy mode. I want to send this to Ski. Ski, you're available to test this out, right? Because all I need you to do is unzip this and then take a look at the properties. Okay, hold on a second. I got to figure out where I put this. So I need Win Steam. Here it is. I am, yep, send me your virus. I am ready. Okay, now I called it not a virus.zip, but it is the virus, just to be clear. Themed strange places, going with first person Monsters Inc. style funsies. Okay, yeah. Sounds cool. Now, in the spirit of naming Treasure Isle to Treasure Island, I believe, let me look this up. Yeah, okay, so we have James P. Sullivan. I think this one could be James Q. Sullivan. And then we have Mike Wazowski. I think just change this one to that, yeah. And those can be your main characters. You turned off privacy mode? Yeah, I did mean to do that. I did not send it to you yet, no. It was uploading the whole time. This server I uploaded it to was not very fast. Okay, so now we load up my private conversation with Ski Dog. And then I guess I have to turn off my keyboard camera. Nope, not that one. Okay. Now let's see if I can type this link correctly. I might get this wrong because I don't even know what I'm doing. There. What was the name of that? Yeah, there. Okay. Ski, this might or might not work. So if the download link doesn't work, let me know. Download works. Okay. Analyzing the way Adam's jacket moves to determine keys being typed. Well, earlier, Crucial said, oh, wow, you typed a space with your right hand. And I was like, wow, you were paying attention to that? Now, granted, I might not have had my left hand on the keyboard. So I guess if you saw me typing any space, then you would have realized. But yeah, that took me by surprise. Now it's worse missing the name as well. Windows.exe. Okay. Well, thanks for testing that. Windows.exe. What am I supposed to be doing here? How? Oh, I just typed the wrong name. Sorry, I gave you the wrong link. I gave you a link to something that happened to exist. I was totally wrong. I'm sorry, Ski. Let me just delete what I gave you because that makes no sense. When is that from? Oh, it's from January 6th. Okay. It's not actually that old. I might as well delete these other things while I'm at it. There we go. Oh, that was 2025, not 2026. Okay, it is very old then. Yeah, all I looked at, I had to expand the column to see the date, and I stopped at January. Have that same keyboard. Sunday Labs Breeze something. Sunday Labs Breeze something. This is a Corn. Sunday Labs Breeze keyboard. Maybe this one? Though one with a bigger right side than the left side. Also, Ski, did you get the new link? I just edited my message so it wouldn't show up as a notification. But yeah, this kind of keyboard is pretty nice. They show the finished thing. Yeah. Yeah, it says a lot more keys. Icon looks right now. Is the copyright also correct? And the name of the game is hopefully Skeleseller, not Windows. Yeah, I really like this keyboard. I hope you like yours too. Everything looks good. Look at that. Oh, no. The copy. Oh, but that's because I exported through this. Yeah, that's okay. If I export through the release tool, it'll get the correct copyright. Nice. Thank you for testing that, Ski. I really appreciate it. I hope that it's just fixed everywhere. It's 2026, actually. I know that. So what happened with all of this? Because I see a whole lot of different stuff in here. Liquid glass icon. Shader baker. Now I want a cookie. Oh, look at that. Search history. They had 2 H's in history. I guess they fixed that. It's kind of funny. Oh, but here they added it. Okay, what? Is that a thing that someone's commented on? 3 closed issues. Typo. Search history. Is this? Yeah, last month. Thanks for reporting. This has already been fixed in fixed typo. All right, well, it probably doesn't make a difference. Yeah, it probably doesn't make a difference. But it is kind of funny that they fixed it in one spot, but not in the other one. Oh, no, maybe they just... I don't know. Doesn't matter. I don't care. All right, anything else in here that's unusual? So we change the icons, which means we can delete that ICO file because now nothing uses it. I think there's a way to test this over here. If I just type ICO and right-click this and go to View Owners. Yeah, no owners found and View Dependencies or whatever. Nothing. Okay, so just delete that. Okay, it's really hard to tell this is clicked. Is this a contrast thing? This is kind of annoying now at this point. Let's set this back to the 0.3 that it's usually at. And let's change the base color to change to be like slightly more colorful. Yeah, that'll work. I think. Can I tell it how to click this now? I don't love this. It's at the modern. What if we just set it to class? Set it to classic. Excuse me. No, I like the modern style. That one's good. But I don't like whatever I've done here. Maybe we just go more toward the pink side. All right, here's what we do. We go to past broadcast. And we click. Do any of these have Godot open in them? I guess at some point I'll have Godot open. So now just go in the VOD until we find where Godot is. There we go. All right, so it was decidedly bluish. Yeah. How do I get that color? Let's just color pick it from here. And then paste that in over here. Yeah, that's pretty readable. Okay. Yeah, I like pink as the accent color. I don't want pink as the background color. I want it to be something kind of neutral so I can actually read things. And this is better, but this is kind of light. Okay, sorry. I know this is annoying, but let me turn this down just a little bit. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, so now delete this. Good. And then we just check that in. And we got rid of RC edit. So change some export settings. We don't need to define an icon per platform. We don't need the ICO file at all anymore. And what else did I do? Wait, something still doesn't add up here. Why did the playtest version not have copyright stuff or the right icon? And the release version doesn't either? Is that true for me too? Properties. How do you get to the game files? Manage. Browse. Okay, that looks correct to me. That's the full version. The playtest version is here. Did I not click that? What is going on right now? Oh, it opened on my other monitor. Skeletal or that. That looks correct too. Was it always in Godot? Yeah, even the prototype was in Godot. Wait, so I don't have an explanation for how this could have been the case. Everything was wrong in the playtest and the release version. But the demo was good? How was that possible? Opening the latest version you sent shows me this now when launching it? That's probably expected. Because I didn't sign this or anything. And it detects that you got this from the internet. So yeah, that's probably fine. It doesn't do it with the wrong version you sent me though. Yeah, but it might be some metadata in the file itself or the file path or something. Actually, I guess a good test would be this. When did I put this one online? Edit game. Windows, February 11th. Yeah, that's only a week ago. Okay, can you try downloading it from itch? This would be the demo version. And I guess I'm curious of like, does it have the right icon? Does it have the right copyright? And when you open it, does it just open? Man. So much to do. So much to do. We don't need the ICO file anymore. We shouldn't need RC edit anymore. I'm not even sure if we ever use RC edit. No icon or copyright. It throws that same defender error. I'm going to still say that's fine as long as it works through Steam. The weird thing though is how does the playtest thing have the correct icon and everything? I released that presumably like a week ago or something, right? I just don't know why they'd even be different. I don't do any playtest specific stuff when it comes to icons or metadata. It could have been a Steam setting, but I'd find that hard to believe. Pretty sure Steam handles the app icon. They probably would in the Steam listing, but not in the files, right? On your disk. But yeah. By the way, okay, Water, do try to keep an eye on segmenting. This isn't the app icon that's wrong, though. It's the file browser that's showing the wrong stuff. Yeah. All right, well, so change some export settings. We're done with that. Now let's go to the next one, which is make sure none of the translations from scenes.pot disappear due to this bug being fixed. If any do disappear, then it's because we need to set a node's auto-translate. Oh, this is cool. I'm so glad I write this stuff down because this would have been super non-obvious. So let's go try this out. We go to project settings, I think. Localization. Generate. Submodules. Here. So if anything got removed, and this is going to be very hard to look through because we probably modified all these different like line numbers or something. Okay, I guess that's fine. Oh yeah, Ski wanted me to bump him down on the credits list. That's why that happened. These are new strings. That's fine. Did we delete any though? We did, although the wish list stuff is supposed to be gone. And that's supposed to be gone. And then this exists here for some reason. What's that doing there? What is that doing there? Okay, so nothing was deleted. I'm not concerned there. I don't know why Skeleseller ended up in this file. Where does this come from? I guess this means that some scene has Skeleseller inside of it. Can I see that? Oh, that was easier than I thought. But it's never just that word. What? I would laugh. I mean, you're only off by 3 characters. What do you mean the file browser? Explorer or Finder, excuse me. Like the OS level way of looking at files, not the Steam layer. Oh yeah, I don't know how this string got here. Skeleseller. And it wasn't ever there before. Scenes.pot. Let's go look at that. Translations. Here. Scenes. If it was already here, I don't care. I just don't know why it got added. No, it wasn't already here. This is so strange. The icon for the file in Windows is handled by Steam itself. I don't think that can be true because, or well, at least something's wrong for me because the playtest version should have the right icon in Steam and the wrong icon on Explorer. I mean, we probably could just ignore this. It is very bizarre that this doesn't show up. Like if you search any other message in here, like you take this one, I've been worked to the bone to achieve this. It shows up in a bunch of other places, but namely in a scene file here. But then you search for Skeleseller. It's not there. I don't get it. Where'd this come from? Maybe they add that in now. Okay, I guess we could test something. What if we rename the game? General game name, Skeleseller 2. And then imagine if I accidentally launch like this and people are like, man, this game is really fun. I really want to play the first Skeleseller. So if that 2 makes it into the file, we at least know where it's coming from. Oh, yeah, it did. Why did they do that? I guess because you could localize the name of the game. And I guess some games might care about that. Okay, I'm happy enough with that. Yeah, sure. So let's set this back to Skeleseller 1. I know it's a downgrade. Hey, Blue Bug, should I try and make a video game? Yes. Hey, Atomic. We're doing pretty well. Icons handled by me using an ICO file, but through Steam, I had to change the icon in installation client images. Okay, so then, yeah, it is a Steam thing. Thank you. Okay, Water. I will go take a look at this because is that in the Steamworks setting? I must have done this for the demo. Steamworks installation client images. Well. Yes, there it is. Okay, that is a very, very good thing to know. Thank you for that. Let me see if I mess this up everywhere else. Client images. It's set in the playtest version. Did I set it in the... I set it in all the versions. Strange. I don't know if you're doing that for my sake, Ski, but you're welcome to mention the name of the game that you worked on. Huh. I see all the same icons on all 3 versions of Skeleseller. I don't see any differences here. And I've published this. Yeah, the pages are exactly the same. Huh. Weird. All right, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so if we regenerate this, it'll be back to what it was, but I'm actually not going to regenerate that right now. I do want to do that later, though. Oh, no. All my T-Res files changed. It dropped the load steps. I don't want to do that just yet. Yeah, also it changed a lot in this file. Yeah, they all have unique IDs now. How many characters was it before? 35655. Or sorry, after. And before it was 33741. Okay, so it went up by like 2,000 characters. I hear you, Ski. If people knew the finals identity, they'd be trying to scout me for an esports team. So I try to keep that private too. They're like, oh my God, that guy's 7-14. He's probably got a lot of potential. Okay, so this is not a problem. But I will need to write this down. So the game name shows up as a string that can be translated. For the languages that we already have, I should personally fill in Skeleseller. Right? Because I don't think any of these languages would change a name, right? Like, yeah, sure, seller is probably not a word in any of the languages that we have translated already, but I think you'd still expect the English name for that. In fact, out of curiosity, what is Steam Stardew Valley? Do they change the name of this in other languages? I doubt it. German, Stardew Valley. French, Stardew Valley. Italian. Yeah. I imagine if there's a different script. So if we find like this, for example. Oh, they don't even change it there. Really? Huh. Okay. Yeah, just always Stardew Valley. All right. I mean, granted, Steam might not translate that, but they probably have. Wait, no, they do. What am I talking about? Didn't this? No, they don't. Maybe. All right. Maybe I'm just wrong about all this. I'm not actually testing anything. So this is fine. Next up is this issue should be fixed, which means we can animate the outro coin flip directly in the animation player rather than using coin X only and coin Y only nodes. Yeah, but there's no reason to do this anymore. Yeah, I'm not doing this. It's a waste of my time. Coin X only. This only exists because of this, which isn't fixed until 4.5. Yeah, I don't care about this. Note, I have now updated to 4.6 and just don't think this is worth changing. It works and we're about to release. There, that's good enough. And the final one, oh, there are two more. In 4.6, they added fractional pivot controls. See, place a pivot on a page like this. We may want to use this in the outro for centering text. I don't want to do this now. It already looked fine, but I do kind of want to try it out at least. If we click this and then we have a pivot somewhere. Pivot offset ratio 0.5. Whoops, that's not how you type numbers. Did that just move that there? Yeah, neat. Wow. This is really cool. And change rotation or scale. It'll rotate or scale around this pivot. Maybe we should change this. Well, in this case, okay, Water, I don't want to be confused about like, wait, did I not know about this? Or did I don't know, just not feel as worth it or something? So now we're going to be very clear that like, I know it's better, but I don't care. So yeah, if we go to outro, this is probably going to be tedious to try to figure out over here. But yeah, this whole like back to adventuring thing, we could anchor these now. I had to do some weird stuff for this, but I don't think this is worth doing. We got it working. It looked fine pretty much everywhere. Yeah. Thoughts. What is this? Welcome to the land of magic numbers. Main point of this function is to make sure the labels work well at any given window size. Easiest way to test this is to make a test scene that shows all the labels and then just resize it. Okay, so note, this was written while on Godot 4.4 in, close every other thing, updating Godot in what, 4.6? They added fractional pivot controls. In 4.6, they added, I'll just get the name of the property. It is... which would allow us to center each label so that it rotates around the center. Center each label's pivot so that the label rotates around the center. However, we're so close to launch that I haven't actually changed anything here. A bone circuit, I do a calculation on something. I coin a magic square. It's a rectangle found by code where any rotation or change of scale or resolution is updating those extra calculations. Yeah, it seems like we can just use this now. I don't think it's worth doing this and testing this. We have so many other things I want to get through. And what's the final thing that we have here? This issue may eventually get fixed, which would make it so that we don't need to commit any hacks for Linux controller support. Oh, this one might be big. Did this get fixed? It just flipped between open and closed as I was looking at it. When did this get closed? 2 days ago. Completed today. Wow, really? Finally being used. Please note that this improvement depends on a relatively new protocol and not all compositors use it. To see if you have it, you can go into this. All right, well, it says 4.7. And even then, it might not be usable. So I'll just copy this over there. Note, if this does get fixed, make sure to read this comment. Okay. So upgrading to or beyond 4.7. There we go. Yeah, this is all desktop intended. Yep. Okay, so all I've done is change some comments saying that we're not touching anything. Great. Finish addressing, updating Godot notes. They're moving so much faster now. The text only appears once, right? It works? Yeah. Never written my whole design down. Yeah, I find it super helpful, and I make a lot of my notes public. If you ever go to this site, you can see most of them. The Godot ones are okay. Some of them are getting a little out of date now. Like the Godot UI one is just a giant mess. This page is huge. And I go to it every once in a while for something, but I should really go through it and clean it up at some point. I was actually thinking it could be interesting to ask an AI, like, what looks out of date of these notes? And then it might highlight like this. And I just go through and I'm like, yep, okay, it does. And I delete it. Or I say, it still has some value. So just getting rid of some cruft that way might be decent. Okay, so that's done. Now we run the UID tool. This is going to change a lot. So let's stash what I have so far. Git stash. This will probably take like a minute or two. Why is there a star up there? What have I changed? Oh, because of this? I don't care about that. Project. Well, let's make sure we have no changes. Yeah, good. So project and tools and upgrade. Different engine versions may have minor differences in various resources. Sure. Let's-a go. So this will be some large progress bar now. Yep. Oh, it's literally opening every scene and then resaving it? That's funny. Well, hey, I would have had to manually do this, which would have been so incredibly tedious. Unfortunately, I think this is also going to change the... We have some like viewport that keeps getting set back to like 2,2. I don't know why that happens, but I bet this is going to break that. Okay, so first, hi. Second, what is this? This is me making it look like I'm being productive by doing nothing. This is a tool that will update the project metadata, all of your scene files, your T-Res stuff, things like how many load steps are there for each scene, what are the IDs that are hidden behind this that you never have to look at. So they should just all get fixed from this. So now if I close all the tabs, you should have a mega list of changes. Yes, 755 changes. So, wait a second. That can't be 755 that I just scrolled through, right? Could it be? Git status PB copy. Oh, it is. Okay. Well, I want to find town.tscn or townscene.tscn. Did it change the viewport in here? Oh, this is going to be so hard to spot because there are changes everywhere. And I don't remember where it was. I mean, it'd be a vector 2, so I guess we could search for that. But it might not have even been in this scene. Did I build that? No, I did not build that. I don't see any modified vector 2s. Maybe it was in just town.tscn though. All right, this one has less to look through. Yeah, there it is. That's the one that used to get broken. It is not currently broken. And there was another one in battle something something. Panel tab maybe. Did this get changed? It did not. Not that one at least. I guess I should search for vector 2 again, huh? No, none of them got changed. Weird. I don't want them to be changed, but every version before this did seem to change them. and kind of erratically too. It could be one value on my machine and another value on like Dark's machine or Kevin's machine. So I don't want to look through this. I'm certainly not looking through 750 files. So let's just skim through to random parts of the scroll bar. And this isn't even going to load, is it? Close others. Okay, UID stuff changed. Great. Let's just click this to somewhere else. Imports have different properties on them. So cool. UIDs are now on each node, which are supposed to apparently help with something. Interesting. Parent ID path equals packed int array. That is kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Godot has improved a lot in the 2 years since I've started using it. Yeah, okay. All right, this is probably fine. Run upgrade project. Is this a context that you were upgrading Godot? Yeah. So, long story medium, we had a bunch of allocation problems and I could not hunt them down. And then I posted on Discord about it yesterday. I spent 10 hours after the stream ended and I came up with this. I was like, look, we have megabytes of stuff getting allocated and it's coming from all threads root. Why is this happening? And Blub, thankfully, chimed in saying, hey, here's where these allocations are happening. So I looked at this stuff. Actually, it was this one. I looked at this stuff and I saw zap, floating text, slash. And the common parts of these is that these were all coming from tweens. So I was trying to change a value to another value over time. And the engine allocates strings every frame that you do that. And I didn't realize it was just a bug. So they fixed that bug and I needed to update Godot. So that's why I did that. And now, yeah, we cut down on our allocations by quite a lot. All right, so this is called upgrade project, right? Upgrade project files and ... And then do we ever have UID tool written somewhere here? Or like update? I don't think I'll ever find this. I don't remember what the name was. And I might not have written it up there. Update, maybe just UIDs, search for that. Hey, there it is. UIDs are pointing at the wrong thing. There's a known issue in Godot. Does not obviously mean using this, blah, blah, blah. So I'll just say update as of 4.6. The tool mentioned below is now called upgrade project files. Yeah. Well, maybe it was on 4.5, but at least as of 4.6, it's there. They changed the physics for 3D. So that shouldn't do anything for Skeleseller. Okay, we should probably try running this before I just say that this is fixed and move on. It might even launch in some different window now. By different window, I meant not that. It did not. Okay, so this changes quite a lot, but this was all done automatically by Godot after running the tool. Whoa, even the quick fix thing in the commit message is laggy because of how many files there are here. Yeah, the commit message to prove I didn't break it. Basically saying it wasn't me. Wow, this is taking a long time to check in. Actually, what I wanted to do before I check that in is check the short stat of that or whatever it is. You can probably do this on a path spec. If I knew how to use path specs, was it like caret head -1 or something? I don't know what. Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother. I don't care. All right, run UI tool done. Bug, you can no longer scroll the settings menu. Okay, so now I think we're finally back to the backlog. And it's what, 3:34 on Wednesday? I wanted to do this on like Tuesday at noon. Whatever, at least we made it there. Head carrot 1. I could try that. Short stat. What? That's just not even do anything? What? What's going on? I want to type this for me. Huh, that's strange. I mean, now I'm just going to type it out myself. But yeah, head carrot 1. I think we need it in quotation marks. Nice, yeah. So it added 5,000 lines, deleted 2,400. Nuts. What am I typing on? This is a computer. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to be that sarcastic. This is someone new to chat. This is a Corn keyboard, and I've got a bunch of information about it here. I'm sorry. I can't resist every once in a while. But yeah, welcome in Apocalypto. What do you mean? I'm sorry. All right. So in 27 days, where do we get Skeleseller swag? There's the merch link, and if you just type into Amazon.com Skeleseller hoodie, you'll find the hoodies there. Appreciate a good dad joke. Okay. Yeah, so if you do want to find out more about that, I've got the video there. I've also got a video I made on my personal channel about my keyboard journey, which is like what even led me to this. I'll link that in the chat too. Part of the reason I'm doing this right now is because I am about to go take my break because ads are going to start in 18 seconds. So I will be back in just a little bit. Feel free to play Jump Royale while I'm gone. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Come on, Abby. Abby. Come on, girl. Hi, everyone. That Godot stopped working or whatever, closed the game. I think might have come from something else. Yeah, it was Godot. Oh, you okay? Come sit down. She didn't answer me. I asked if she was okay. You want to come over? Hi. Okay, well, she's just perched on the armrest right now. It's very precarious for her, given that she had some medication earlier to go to the vet. Hi. Yeah, good. Okay, she's safe. Oh. You get the table bed thingy? No, I decided against it. She just sits on my lap, and yeah, I think that'll probably be fine. There's a bug. You can no longer scroll the settings menu. It tries moving the camera. I think this happened when I started using camera input handler to allow the controller to zoom. I only recently fixed that. Okay. Well, we got a little bit of a problem here, which is that I wanted to stream for a little bit longer, but Kat's food time is 4 p.m. And I checked on my wife, and she is sleeping right now. Yeah, Abby is meowing pretty loud. Well, maybe she won't be sleeping for long. Not with those meows. So anyway, I might have to go in like 20 minutes. But yeah, let's look into this a little bit. Where's my controller? Here we go. So, wait. You can no longer scroll the settings menu. I think this is with the mouse wheel or with a controller. I'm not totally sure about that. But I think the repro is to just go to the keybinds menu, and I think it'll be broken there. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? All right, so I can still move this. Let's go to this menu. I saw this get positioned all the way at the upper left really quickly. All right, so this works. Scrolling it works. Maybe it's just in-game. Yeah, it must be in-game because it's the camera input handler, right? Yeah, it's probably that. No, it's working here. Scrolling is zooming in the background, though. So what, WASD works? Yeah, WASD works. Hmm. I feel like game programming really suffers in that area. It's possible to have automated tests. In the case of this game, we would need Godot running for it. But then, yeah, we could trigger things. We could probably simulate mouse events or something. And we could make a framework for it. Issue is that would take a lot of time to write and maintain. And when you think about like, this was probably in terms of development, maybe like 2.5 person years, something like that. So now imagine if you added on a test framework, it's like how many person years are you adding on? Like 6 months? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. And maybe those 6 months end up saving you time down the road. But let's say we launch Skeleseller and it just kind of fizzles. It sells whatever, 2,000 copies or something. It's like, well, I'm probably not going to keep working on it after that. At which point the extra 6 months of making tests would have just kind of been worthless. Now that's technically true of any software. If you wrote your software flawlessly and it fails in the realm of business, not technically, then there was no reason to even make the product in the first place, probably. It's not a business reason. Did I write all those unit tests when you do work for gambling machines? You have to demonstrate every nook and cranny. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they probably care about the game presentation layer, though. It's probably just the mathematical odds. So, where do we have the scroll wheel being handled now? Probably in keyboard input handler. There's a zoom function here. And I'm guessing this is getting hit. Well, it's getting hit every single frame anyway. But this, yes, it is definitely getting hit here. Okay, well, a couple things we can do for this. So camera keyboard input handler dot input is being hit when you scroll. If we turned this off, would it just magically go to the correct place? And the answer is probably. So then we just need to figure out like how do we fix this? Yeah, so we just click this and this. Yeah, it's working now. So what handles this when... This is why I need that Godot note. Godot UI input. There's some chart here. Did I copy paste it in here? I did not. But they have a page right there. This. GUI inputs after event, input event. Okay, so this needs to be an unhandled, but then that causes a problem, I'm pretty sure. Because I tried this out the other day and it didn't work. So why doesn't it work? Let me take a look at something, by the way. Do we do? Yeah. Word input handler. It's not even keyboard necessarily anymore. It's also controller. Feels like this took a lot longer to start up now. Wonder if it's all that extra stuff reading from TSCN files. In fact, did loading start taking longer? It doesn't. It doesn't go through normal loading to get there. It does to get here. And loading here takes 1.4 seconds now. I think it used to take 1 second. Well, that's too bad. All right, so if I scroll here, it works now. But every once in a while, it's scrolling in the background still. Because what, a tooltip is open? What's doing that? Oh, no, just because we scrolled to the bottom or to the top of the list. Oh, I don't think I like that. Yeah, I don't think you would expect that to happen here. But at least it seems like it works. Does the camera work? No, the camera's just totally broken. So the camera now only works while you have the settings thing open and you have something that's scrollable? How does it even make sense? Also, why is the frame rate so bad? What is going on here? This is moving really weirdly. All right, let's launch it from Godot. Because here we could monitor the frame rate. Also, I'm not so bothered by players having the extra half second, although that is still a little bit frustrating because loading time went up by 50%. But now every time I launch as well, I have to wait a little bit longer. Okay, so here's the FPS chart. I'll put this over on my other monitor so I can see it. I didn't even continue my old game. I started a new game. And it looked like zooming was kind of choppy. It looks bad, right? Yeah, I'm just moving in a smooth circle right now. Huh. It never dropped from 60 FPS. So it's apparently not a frame rate issue. It looks like it might be... No, how would it be a physics tick issue? Physics ticks happen every frame basically right now. I'm going to try changing the physics ticks and see what happens here. Ticks, physics. Set this to 5. So if it is a physics tick problem, we will definitely see it. No, it is not related to physics ticks. In fact, setting it to 5 should only make these characters pause every once in a while. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd never know just looking at this. But the camera is definitely moving really poorly. Is it any better with the keyboard? It looks like it's smooth with the keyboard. Interesting. Not smooth with the mouse anymore? And I can't zoom in anymore either. Is it related to zooming? I don't know what's doing that. Oh, wait a second. Is it trying to like snap to certain pixels? No. I got that impression when it sort of started as I was moving slowly. Make sure this isn't a computer problem. Yeah. Let me try my other monitor really fast. See if this looks any different. My other monitor is 100 hertz. It looks pretty smooth on that monitor. Yeah. Weird. Joystick drift. I'm just using the mouse though. And it's not drift exactly. It's like I'm dragging it through sand. There's some grittiness to this. This is 4.6.1. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Oh, wait. No, this is seemingly a little bit slow. Why is it only on this monitor, though? There's something weird that I noticed the other day. I wrote a note about it because I thought it was very unusual. Yeah, I said I'm super confused by what's happening and don't expect many people to hit this. So I opened my display settings. This monitor is this one, this LEN L28U. It's a 4K monitor. But because I stream, I have it set to 1080p. So then I opened up the game. And on my secondary monitor, I did not change the resolution at all. The reported viewport size would change based on the resolution of the main monitor. I don't get why that happens. Nothing scales up on my other monitor. Stream compression and whatnot makes it hard for me to see an issue. Yeah, it definitely feels bad. And maybe it's this monitor. So yeah, I'll test with what Ski said. If I just load up any of this stuff. This one, for example. I am guessing this is going to be fine. Oh, I can't even... Well, I guess I can move the camera. No, it's doing the same thing. It might be a computer thing. That's weird. Why'd that start happening all of a sudden? Must be a new form of Ninja debugging. I do it all the time in VS Code. I just set a breakpoint in VS Code, and then it gets hit, and it just looks like I'm in the coding view. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, look at activity monitor. I want to see if anything is unusual here. Idle times at 80%. OBS is using a lot. That's fine. So I don't think there's an issue here. Memory. That seems high. Can you see that? Or is the keyboard blocking it? Physical memory 64 gigabytes. Memory use 55. Docker is using 10. What? Where's Docker? I have 2 containers running. Memory usage says 57 megabytes. Why is it at 10? To be honest, I don't even know what these containers are for anymore. Yeah, I actually have no idea what application was supposed to use these. Or if they're even in use and I'm running Docker for no reason. Just virtual machine, kill Docker. Well, first let me try something here. If we do Docker stats. Yeah, so this doesn't look bad. But what is using these databases? Hey, Neochrommer. No panic, a little bit of panic. And OrbStack. I think I was trying OrbStack at one point. I think I stopped for some reason. I think it's paid software. I don't remember. Okay, so yeah, let's just quit Docker completely. Did that actually close Docker, or is it still running in the background? I think it's still running. I don't see the whale anymore. Oh, it's gone. Wait, and language server, 6 gigabytes. Writers using 5 gigabytes. The profilers are using 5 gigabytes? Really? Well, I can close writer for now. Just quit out of this. Does that free up all of that stuff? Or are the profilers still running? It thinks it is. Why? I don't see any windows. Strange. Yeah, I don't know why that's running. I don't think it's the editor necessarily. I mean, it's always the sum of all the parts, right? Like if I have 100 programs open and then one of them uses a little bit too much memory, you might blame it on that one program, but it could have been any of the other 99. Alt tab is using 1.72 as well. That definitely seems high. This thing is literally just so that when I press alt tab, that it shows this style dialogue. Whoops. It's taking 1.7 gigabytes. Just definitely seems wrong to me. Let's quit it for a second and just reopen it. Did it not quit? There it goes. I think there's been an update for this for a while. I don't know if it's to turn down how much memory it uses. Even JetBrains Toolbox using 500 megabytes. Like, is that necessary? It's this. What could it be doing? It's taking half a gigabyte. It's like the tiniest UI, and it's just supposed to check for updates and stuff. It's probably like an Electron app or something. I don't know. I wouldn't actually think it is. I think JetBrains knows better than that. Assume changes not up yet. Getting lots of invalid UID errors and some windows look broken. Oh, I can push the new things that are on my branch. There we go. All right. So did it even reopen Alt Tab? I'm gonna guess so. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. And now it's what, using like way less? Half a gig? I mean, that is actually way less. Still a lot though. All right, I'm not going to do anything else here. We've, whatever, trimmed out of a whole bunch of these things. So now let's run the game again, see if that helps at all. Yeah, the cat is meowing. I should really get going pretty soon. Does this feel better? No, this is still bad. I don't think it'd be a RAM issue because Skeletother should be using about 1 gigabyte, which I think is pretty reasonable for a game. It's one of these two. Well, like I said, it works just fine on the other monitor, it seems. It also might work fine on this one when it's... No, it doesn't. What if I turn off VSync? No real difference there. What if I turn it back on? Yeah, it's weird. It's only the mouse. And I have seen some mouse glitches earlier. So yeah, it's probably just I need to restart my computer kind of thing. All right, unfortunately, I lost a lot of time on that. I wanted to figure out why this doesn't work in unhandled input, and I never figured that out. So like right now, the scroll wheel isn't working, but if I press the button on my controller, it works just fine. It must be that this is never getting this. In which case, what I could do is I could use the... Oh, this might not work in here. There's a miscellaneous section which tells you what thing you're clicking. So if I click here, for example, it says game button. If I scroll, oh, nice. It does tell you. Okay, cool. Then this is probably exactly what I want. So I just click new game and then scroll and we find out what's taking this thing. Container. Okie dokie. All right, so what's that? What's that called? There's a script on it that I made that propagates events, I think. Town view container. I don't know where any of this is. Town sub viewport. Here it is. This exists because I couldn't figure out how to handle right-clicking in the background without stopping the propagation of events. See this issue? So why do buttons work? But wheel up and wheel down don't work? I don't understand that. All right, let's just put this here. If event Is action pressed? Return false. I don't know if this is even how I would do this. I don't want zoom in. I want UI wheel down. Okay, let's try that. Steam Deck time. I assume that's running smooth now. It's not running smoothly, but it's a little better than it was before. But I didn't want to focus on performance issues for too long because I want to focus on a lot of the bugs that are much more pressing. I've actually held off on reaching out to more press contacts and YouTubers and stuff while there are still some controller issues. So zooming now works there. And can I scroll this? I can. Okay, well that fixed it. So the only issue that we have left, still getting errors. What errors are you getting? Am I not on 461? Let me give you the proper version of Godot that we have here. Here's what I'm using. And yeah, I should have pushed those 800 big changes. Yep. Okay, so being hit when you scroll. If I modify town sub viewport container, this works. But then I zoom the camera after hitting the edges of a scrollable dialogue. Hey, Spheroforia. How goes it? Hey, Penguin. Quick before you end stream. Well, actually, I just heard... So, my cat's been meowing for food because it's food time. But I just heard my wife, and I think she's going to go feed the cat. So I think I'll be here for at least a little bit. How'd the stream go? Or do you disable camera controller when menu is open, or do you want players to move the camera with the menu open? Yeah, I could disable it. We should actually probably pause the entire game while it's open. Hang on one sec. Okay, I just want to close the door in here. Stream is good. What have you been up to? And over here, we are launching in 27 days. So we have been working on Skeleseller, which is... If you've ever joined from Spherophoria's channel, I have only ever been working on this pretty much. So the game looks pretty much the same as it usually did, as it always did, but now it's hopefully slightly more performant and just more polished and ready for launch. Except for this. By the way, Kevin, this is that issue. It's apparently happening now on Mac. And it's just starting the game and you click this and it happens. So I got to figure out why that's happening. Hopefully it's just like an incorrect margin or something easy. I don't know. Twitch chat client, which means I have to write a WebSocket lib. Oh, I remember seeing your stream title. You were making a Twitch client from scratch. Oh, that's also broken. Oh, God. This is not good. Was that broken over here too? Yeah. Life bars are also in the wrong position. Made a hoverable custom shader widget for my GUI framework today. Good progress. Wow, neat. Neat. Any RPC. Until launch is pretty crazy. And I am feeling the heat. So yeah, something that we should probably do, although I don't know if this is going to work everywhere. Like here, this is... Oh, you can't scroll this now. Oh, nothing operates the way I want it to. It only works when you scroll outside of this. So something is stealing the focus here. We got to find out what it is, which means we have to launch through here. Leak any more tokens today? Was it an AI token? Oh no, it would have been a Twitch token, right? Okay, so where's this going? Debugger, MISC. There's another sub viewport container in here. Instance map panel. Where is that? Battle panel tab. Yeah, here it is. So this probably needs a script that also forwards things. But right-clicking isn't an issue here unless... I don't know what happens, actually. I don't know if I've ever tested this. What happens if you're holding an item Did that just... Oh my god, right. I changed the physics ticks. I'm like, why did that item not go anywhere? Yeah, let's set that back to 60. It doesn't actually reload. It doesn't hot reload. But if I'm holding an item and I go look at the battle map and I right click here, it does not drop the item. Interesting. I don't think I've ever tested that, and I don't know what I would want to have happen when you drop. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what I would expect to have happen. Is it breaking the menu too? Is it that? I don't think so. Because this happened earlier when I'm pretty sure it was set to 60. Hey, Doru, how you doing? Yeah, so if I just make a new game, it was set to 60, and I press P. No, sorry, I pressed T. Yeah, it's broken. But if I spawn items, you should see them smoothly move away from the portal now. Is the Skelly selling? The Skelly is selling. Okay, well, I think we can just put the exact same thing over here that we have. Yeah, town sub viewport container. Town sub viewport container. Put this over here. No. It goes on the container, not on the... What am I doing? Where's... Yeah, the container gets it. So detach this and attach it to this. And I'll probably restart. How are you using C# and Godot? It's just natively supported. All right, so let me do this again. And now scrolling works. Did I accidentally... Yeah, I think scrolling is fine. And then I think also now right-clicking while on that map should drop the item. It doesn't, but it's probably getting forwarded to what's right behind this. So can I still zoom this thing? Yes. Can I move this? Yes. Can I close this? Okay, that dropped the item. I don't know if that's always what happened there. That might be a little weird. But yeah, this is looking good now. No more Godot mono? No, it is in Godot mono. Wait, what? If you know about Godot mono, why did you ask how are you using C# in Godot? I thought this question was just how are you even able to use this language? And what I meant by it's natively supported is like Godot is just, as far as I know, pretty much always, or at least for years, allowed C# and Godot. Yes, it is a different executable. But then I'm not sure I understand your first question. If your second question, you knew about Godot mono. Been learning these past few days. I was curious if you've seen or logged Love's message in the bug report section. I have logged it, yes. I have this here somewhere. Yeah, it's pretty high. In fact, it's the next thing on the list. Fix cloud saves on Linux. So I think everything's working now, except for, like I said, that one issue here where when you hit the top or the bottom, it stops handling this. I wonder if you could change it to just make it always handle this. Alternatively, we could just pause the game. Yeah, this thing. There's a scroll container. Can you... What would even control this? Scroll hint? What does scroll hint mean? The way which scroll hints, indicators that show that content can be scrolled will be shown. Scroll hints will be shown at the top and bottom, top and left. What is this? I don't know what they look like. I want to set it to all and then just see what does it look like. I don't know what that did. Maybe I need to restart. Hey, Hexadonut. How many wish lists do you have? Let's find out. 11,725. It hasn't been rising by very much lately. I think that it'll start to rise a bit more as it gets to the higher up sections of popular upcoming. Whoops, not like that. Where'd it go? Popular upcoming. Here it is. All right, so we click this. We scroll down to Skeleseller. There was, yep. Now we find out where it is on the list in terms of rank. It is 136. So yeah, once we're in the top like 15 or 20, maybe it'll be more obvious to people. Thankfully, we're still the only game on March 17th, but that's at least that we've announced specifically March 17th. There are other ones that have announced. Where is it? Yeah, like Q1. That could be March 17th for all we know. It's a good amount of wish list. I don't know. I've heard all sorts of different things. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, so if I go back to that menu, I have scroll hints on. I don't know what that means. I don't see anything. I don't really care. This is even what I was trying to test, so I don't know why I did that. Scroll dead zone. Scrolling enabled. Scroll bar will be visible only if necessary. Content size adjusted as if it's always visible. String content size stays the same regardless if scroll bar is visible. I don't think any of this matters. Yeah, I don't think any of this matters. So I probably need to write something custom for this, which is to just always absorb these events, which is fine. It's not even hard to do that. You say we want at least 10,000? I don't recall what I said exactly. I think I probably did at some point just because it was the next closest milestone number. And I wasn't certain if they would do anything on Steam. You're in the top 1,000 wishlisted games right now. Where are you seeing that list? Could you link something? All right, so town sub viewport container. We're going to take this. We're going to put this into keybind menu. And we don't even have unhandled input, but I guess it'd be... I'm not even positive this will work, but let's try it. Override unhandled input. There's unhandled key input. Did I even know that existed? So in this case, we always want to mark this as handled. Don't ever let scroll wheel events go outside of this menu while open. Oh, we need to know if this is open. Yeah. All right, so I guess we put an if not visible in tree. Return. Otherwise, we may zoom the camera while at the top or bottom of the scroll bounds. This seems like the wrong way to solve this. SteamDB. Yeah, sure, cool, okay. I don't mind if you just shared it in chat, by the way. Showing 2513 right now. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to have the most wish lists on Steam, and even being in the top 1,000 is probably kind of crazy because you don't need to be an upcoming game to have a lot of wish lists. And there are probably a lot of AAA games that get a lot of wish lists, and I don't know, just indies who did a better job marketing than I did. I do expect that number to rise, though, in the next month. Okay, I did not just fix this. It has to do with the order that these are in the UI. Yeah, I still think the ideal way is probably just pause the game while this is open. Probably isn't worth doing. He states, in my experience, if you have a rank number for wish lists, you will at some point get unpopular upcoming before launch. Oh, so not every game is on that popular upcoming. I was wondering. I thought there had to be a threshold or something, but they don't really make that super clear. Are you going to GDC? No. I've never actually been to GDC, but I'm really not a meetup or convention kind of person. All the more recent meetups I'd been to, I'm just not that kind of person, I think. I think I've probably seen this article. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have seen this article. There's no algorithm in Steam that says if you have an X wish list, give them visibility and money. Steam algorithm is tuned and has a set expectation of what success looks like. And if you reach those, Steam shows more of your game and it sells less and it's shown less. One of the first widgets where the algorithm starts to give your game free visibility is this one, popular upcoming. If the release date is within the next 7 days, that's changed since he wrote this. What date was that? 2022, yeah. Ranking are some combination of current wish list, velocity, release date. Top 10 games are featured. Once a game is available for sale, it's pulled from this widget. All right, anyway. Yeah, I just got to make the game as good as I can. So, yeah, I don't like that this is happening. It's definitely not an expected thing. It's also not super important, and I guess it could technically happen even on this screen. Yeah, which is also weird. So maybe this is the thing that should stop it from propagating upward. But the event handling order always happens like this for input. For unhandled input, I don't actually know what the order is, but it's probably the same one. So it's just whatever's lowest in the tree. And what's lowest in the tree in this case probably comes from here. So UI would contain the settings menu. Yeah. So that'll be lower in the tree than the viewport. But no, that's it. Yeah, that's all it should be. So this should get it first, I think. Was it due to a Godot upgrade or you had it before? I had a different bug before that didn't let zooming on the controller work. And then I fixed that bug. And by fixing that bug, I then broke this. Yeah, like we used to have this code in input, I believe. Yeah. So when this was in input, the scroll wheel worked just fine. But then the buttons stopped working. I don't know why that was the case. Wait. No, I don't know. Yeah, wait, it's because of GUI input, right? Yeah, because input I'll prioritize this GUI input. I would probably want to move this to unhandled input, which would then let GUI input out prioritize it, which makes pound sub viewport container catch the input. I can modify this thing's script. Just await to signal and let Godot handle this. I think anything that causes something asynchronous to happen is going to allocate. I think we should be very careful about any sort of performance changes we make, though. Like, very careful. They should be the top things on this list that I have here. Where's the list? Yeah, here. Like, these are things we do pretty much every single frame that are grossly inefficient. And yeah, these will probably like fix performance for every platform if we just fix these like 5 things. And if I have time, I want to get back to those. Okay, let me think about this some more. So we had this in input event and it stopped. You can't scroll the settings menu because then it would supersede GUI input, which is where I'm assuming you get scroll stuff. Yeah, so this is being here when you scroll. The problem is that this happens before GUI input. which is probably when scrolling a scroll container happens. There's a capture enclosure. I guess it happens a lot. Oh, yeah, it happens a lot. But I think there are other things we could, well, I don't know. I guess any performance thing potentially helps. I just don't want there to be any side effects from any of this stuff. Let me scroll over on this. So this happens before GUI input. This catch the input. So couldn't I put this into GUI input? But I need the camera input handler to be a control, or else there won't be. Where even is this? Is this just its own node? It is. Yeah, it's just a node that we set up here and then added. Oh, nodes don't even have GUI input, do they? No, it's got to be a control. Force past scroll events. Oh, there's a thing for that? Maybe that's what I want. Force past scroll events. When enabled, scroll wheel events processed by GUI input will be passed to the parent control, even if mouse filter is set to stop. Disable it on the root of your UI if you don't want scroll events to go to unhandled input. Oh. Oh. So we can just put this here? I can't disable it, though. Do I have to set this to, like, stop? Oh, yeah. I set this to stop and then set to ignore right now. And pass. So it has to be stop, and I have to turn this off. That's going to stop everything with the mouse, won't it? And I probably have some like intermediate state that I have set somewhere else I got to get rid of too. So yeah, let's just go try it. Okay, looks good. Yeah, I think that fixed it. Wow, great. So can I go change everything back to what I had, I wonder? This is unhandled input. It used to be input. It can't be that because that's going to then out prioritize even the GUI. I think so. Yeah, I think this will be back to the original problem where now we can't scroll key bindings when we're in the game. Yeah, so that has to be unhandled input. Then the sub viewport container maybe doesn't need any of this code that I added. And the keybinds menu probably doesn't need any code. So we only had to make one change, I think. What is this? This is adding a script, which now doesn't matter. It also changed a bunch of unique IDs. Why did this happen? The whole point of this is this shouldn't have happened. I'm just going to revert the whole thing. Played that in a game jam recently. Yeah, I didn't know that existed. It's pretty cool that that works. Let's see. Not the UIDs again. Yeah, I know. One of the problems of updating. Okay, this is working just fine. This is working how it probably used to work. But if I zoom in here, yeah, so now we have to fix that issue pretty much everywhere. So this is one of the places, pretty much anywhere that's got a scroll container. In fact, we can even just look for a scroll container, right? And then just do .tscn. And maybe make this better by searching for type equals scroll container so it's not finding all the parents. Yeah, we only have 11 of these. End battle screen. So we have a scroll container. And we want to set something here. This maybe to be stop. Did updating to a newer Godot version break a lot of stuff? It broke some things, yeah. And we're trying to figure out, well, there's only like 2 or 3 things I know about that broke. One is a big problem, which is that when you load the game and just open this, there's now a bunch of like blank space. There's this weird like texture glitch here. This is way tinier than it should be. The life bar is like stuck at the top of this. I'm hoping that's all just one fix, but I don't know for sure. And then it's like I think loading scenes is taking longer now. And there's some other issues that might be due to needing to reboot my computer. Yeah, testing all of it is going to be annoying, but that's just a thing we have to do. Game credits menu. So we put this here. This is the whole control. We definitely can't put stop on this whole thing. I guess just on the panel container. Oh, it's already set to stop. Although here there's no fallout because this only happens on the title screen. So there's no issue with keeping that. In fact, did I do this wrong in the other one and battle screen? This is the whole control. I probably just want it on the VBox container. I don't know. Yeah, hope we don't break anything. I'm going to test it. But still. Okay, Instances Manager. Instances Manager is a bit peculiar because of how this works. We actually probably don't want to pass these on. I'm not sure. As long as you don't have coded unhandled input. I've coded unhandled input on another node though. So yeah. They effectively cover the window. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Guessing you only tested Mac OS debug build. Well, I personally have tested Mac and the Steam Deck one, which is Linux, but I have a Windows machine that I could test on. I've played the game occasionally on there, but I'm mostly on my Mac. All right, keybinds menu we already did. Party chooser. Why is this scrollable? Because this is inside that. Ah, yeah, here. Okay, this is fine. We can set this whole thing to just stop. Adventures panel tab. Where are you? Characters. We could just set this thing to stop, right? And then choose perks panel tab. This is covering the whole screen. I feel like this is probably not a good idea. I guess it gets embedded in something else. Yeah, let's just turn this off. And then 2 more. Scroll container centered on screen. Scroll container centered on screen. What uses this? New challenge run. Game settings menu. I don't think these matter. Yeah. Take care, Leap Year Girl. Have a good night. And then player ability tree. This one might not matter either. Okay, so we just gone and modified everything. Now we got to go test them all. So let's just go through from top to bottom. End battle screen is one of them. So let's see. Can we still drag battle windows around? Yeah, the life bar is messed up. It's a shame. I wonder why that happened. That looks fine. Fine. Okay, let's start another battle. Create instance, and then start another one. All right, so now we have 3 of these. I'm going to maximize them all. This is good. This is not good. We do need to stop these. And they're not capturing anything in between here, but that's just for the scroll wheel. No. Now, oh my God. Now it's because the battle windows themselves, you can't scroll when they're on the end battle screen. No. I think we just don't do what I did for the end battle screen. I think that one's special. Or we change where we had this set. Was this, what did I change in here? Yeah, this was already set to stop. So let's just revert that. Man, I really don't like this. It just pollutes the commit. Hey, Vibe. Okay, so I don't want it all the way up here, but maybe... Where even is the scroll container? Here it is. Yeah, just in... Can I just set this to stop? It says pass propagate up. Can I just set that to stop? I don't know. I don't think I care about this. Yeah, I don't think I care about this. Did Godot upgrade mess the windows up? I checked out into a commit from 3 months back and it's broken. Yeah, probably. It's probably just they're reinterpreting how margins are done or some other property change or spacing or something. And I'm hoping it's not severe. All right, so end battle screen we're just not going to touch. Game credits menu. Yeah, sure. Let's go touch the game credits menu. It doesn't really matter too much because I don't know how many people are even going to open this. But yeah, it scrolls just fine. You can click the background to close it. You can click close to close it, hopefully. Yeah. And hopefully you can click the links in here. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, he really looks like he knows what he's talking about. Fantastic. All right, next up is keybinds menu. We looked at this already, but let's look one more time. Keybinds. Yep, we can scroll like that. We can scroll the scroll bar. We can click one of these things. We can click reset. Ooh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Undo. Okay, that one's good. Next up, party chooser. Party chooser is inside the battle map. And if we have all the adventurers, we can scroll that just fine. Good. And this one. Good. And can I use the... Interesting. Okay, so you can't use the camera controls for these. So you'd have to... Yeah, you'd have to drag this. Which is probably going to be annoying. But that's whatever. I don't think that was ever the case that we had that working. Adventures panel tab. That's here. Same thing. You can scroll this just fine. If you scroll over here, though... Oh, even this is broken. There are 2 scroll containers in here. We should probably just have the whole control block this. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, I don't see why you should let any events go through here. Done. Town Hall UI is also broken. Like the others. Yeah, that whole panel is broken. So I'm guessing it propagates downward to those. I know what you're saying. I did not miss the nuance of this, but this thing breaking is probably the exact same problem as the parent thing breaking. With that said, I probably should get a picture of just that part. I'm guessing they're the same problem. Same problem applies to the perks menu. Except event on the deepest child node that cares about it so it doesn't bubble down. I'm not certain we could do that. Because we need... No, maybe we can, as long as we call the base, like, handle GUI event first. Yeah, that's fair ski. Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to be dismissive. I'm also getting very tired. What's next? So we looked at... Well, I just changed this, so we should probably try this again. But I changed adventurer panel tab, so that now the 2 scrollable areas should work. That one's fine. That's working fine. And we're not doing anything here. Perfect. I can click the buttons. Yep. And I can click these buttons. Yep. Cool. What else do we have? Choose perks panel tab and player ability tree. Okay, player ability tree is this. And that's working okay. It's only for this section, which I think is probably fine. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm okay with that. And then the final thing is choose perks panel tab, which is only in bone mode. Which is here. Yeah, it looks good. Can we use the camera thing on this? Yes, we can. Good. Oh, I guess I could have explicitly put these in the other ones too, but you need to have some... Oh, what? Why did that just move slightly to the side? What? The camera definitely just moved a little bit. It was when I set the controller down. Oh. Wait. What? It's not actually gyro controls, right? Yeah, no. What? What is causing that? It moved by like a couple pixels, but I don't understand why. Is it... Oh, there it goes again. Is it where the mouse is? What? Oh, now I can't use the scroll wheel anymore. Well, this has been fun. So I'm guessing the scroll wheel is being taken by that. Town view container. Strange. What is going wrong here? Town view container should be getting this right. Oh, man. I guess I never tested that. Yeah, good laugh. Nice. Such a funny thing to have like shown off and had it get popular. So I think we actually do need this code in here so that the camera can handle this. And then that would also mean that we'd need this on our other sub viewport container. Why is this even happening? What does this figure it out for? Propagate input event? Okay, so scrolling works over here now. But I guess I need to test that in combination with all these other things. So yeah, it's weird that... Okay, I see. Because it's propagating from this node, but it won't propagate through a viewport otherwise. Okay, I think everything's probably fine. Did I test all of them? The last one... Yeah, I think I tested them all. So if this were scrollable... Wait, no, this one doesn't work correctly. Okay, that's all right. We can probably fix that. It's games settings menu. There's a scroll container there. Can you just set the scroll container to stop? I don't think I can do this in this case. I think because this is a scroll container centered on screen. So if I stop mouse events, I'd also stop them up here, which would be a big problem because that's where you can close this. And it's nice to be able to close it through that. So yeah, as soon as I change this to stop, it's going to break that, right? It didn't? Does it? Oh, fix scrolling. How did that not break it? Because this consumes the event. Okay. Cool, probably. Oh my god. All right, well, where else do we use that? Because maybe there's some other problem. Scroll containers centered on screen. New challenge run, game settings. What else do we have? So game settings we just checked. Man, this is kind of crazy. Let's just search for this. There. It's only 3 places. Game settings, in-game menu. Wait, game settings. This? Oh, I never tested this. So I can click the background, and if I have the window too tiny. Nice, it works. Hey, Antoine. I have not used Fusion, so I cannot help you, unfortunately. But I hope you figure it out. It's frustrating when there's some software challenge like that. And the new challenge run screen is over here. That's this. And if I shrink this, we should be able to scroll this. I can use this too. Nice. And probably this would have worked, but I don't actually have any perks. Wait, what? No, that's not right. Oh, this has no scrollability here. So what's supposed to render up here is now covered by this margin. Okie dokie. All right, I want to at least figure out that problem, and then we probably call it a day. I absolutely hate that this is happening. I do not ever want this stuff polluting this. This is the whole reason why I ran that upgrade project thing. And now parent ID path is getting an array of integers that make no sense. And these aren't even the IDs that we passed in. It's probably being... Oh, they are the IDs. Never mind. They do make sense. But why would we have both parent as a string and as an ID? What's the reason to have both of them? And where's this one come from? Like, this one exists. This one doesn't. Does it exist anywhere? It does, in a different scene. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I use, Obsidian. All right, well, let's just check it in anyway. Just going to pollute this. So we don't need this here. But we do need this. And this probably shouldn't be called town anymore or something. Where does this happen? Town sub viewport container. Just couldn't figure out how to handle right-clicking in the background without stopping the propagation of events. The sub viewport, see this issue? Is this still an issue? Was it closed back then? Oh, I filed an issue. Okay. Note, this is also for forwarding scroll events. This is a really bad idea, isn't it? Unless UI wheel up is not rebindable. No, it isn't rebindable. Yeah. Why is this not an issue then for... because we broke custom code. Yeah. Forwarding scroll events. So that you can still zoom the camera with the mouse. And also scroll containers. Okay. Need to get on your note-taking skills. I think the basics of note-taking are pretty easy. I want to make a video on it at some point because I think it comes down to like, what do you write notes on? How do you format them? And then how do you find what you're looking for? I think those are the three things that get you started with note-taking. And at least how do you format them? Just headers and lists is the easiest thing to do. You do something like overview and, note 1, note 2, whatever. And then what do you write notes on? I think this is something you build up over time. Figuring out like what's going to help me in the future. And I think the easiest test is, did I struggle with something? And might I struggle with it again in the future? If yes, take a note. Like this is the foremost thing you should write notes on. Like I'm not a very handy person, but I've changed a car battery a few times, and every time I do it, I'm always like, am I gonna die right now? Because like it sparks, and I guess that's what happens. And I need to remind myself, like, yes, that's what happens. And yeah, I don't know. So those are the kinds of things where it's like, I will probably struggle again in the future. It's not something you do every single day, unless you're a car mechanic, probably. And then how do you find what you're looking for? Like a combination of keywords and organization. ignore this. There's a typo in the summary. Okay, I'll ignore it. Something like sparks are normal. Probably, or at least at whatever portion it's supposed to spark. And then other things like, there's a lot of things where it's like, we have a water filter for this, but it's under our sink, and it's one of the, it's kind of crazy looking. It's a reverse osmosis filter. And if you ever look at these systems, like this. It's a bunch of tubes. There's a thing on top. There's like other I don't know, tubes going everywhere. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And even just figuring out like if this is tight, how did I get enough torque to unwind it the last time? So like I write notes on that stuff because I only have to do that once every couple of years or something. Hey, it's gotta. Reminders for what I struggle. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Like the note taking for things to do as well. Like I'm gonna shut down today. What am I working on? Oh yeah. That's where I make the Wilo note. It's just where I left off. And I think it's wonderful. So maybe I should include that in my note taking video too. I'll write that down in the mythical afternoon I'm never getting to. For the note taking video, talk about Wilo, talk about to-dos, talk about organizing such that you can find notes, formatting the notes with headers and lists. And what was the last thing? Oh yeah, talk about what to write notes on. Struggles. And then any knowledge worth sharing. And then everything else, you'll build the muscle for figuring out priorities over time. All right, what are we doing? I was going to check this in, right? Yeah, but I was going to actually rename this. It's not sub viewport container. It's like forwarding sub viewport container now. So I kind of want to rename that. Let's do that in the next commit though. I just want to check this in. So fix issue with camera zooming. Wait, no, fix issue with scroll containers. All right, so what's the problem? Keyboard, input handler, process the scroll wheel, the mouse scroll wheel in input, which happens before GUI input. So scroll containers could no longer be scrolled with the mouse. Moving it to unhandled input made it so that the town sub viewport container would absorb the event. But hence the change I added here to that script. But it would also make it so that when the GUI didn't need to be scrolled any longer, because due to hitting the end, the top or bottom, it would switch to scrolling the camera. That's fixed by setting this on a control. There's one little thing nagging at me right now, which is how does scrolling the battle windows work? It'd be an indication to take a note on, or is it an indication that you have the note and just need to change the keywords for it? The example I always use is, let's say you're searching for fridge and you wrote it as refrigerator. If you eventually find that note, just next to it, I use KW to just mean keyword here. Just write the thing you searched for. And this is especially true for anything physical you're looking for. If you're like, oh, hey, I'm trying to find a screwdriver in your place, and you look in drawer number 1, it's like, if it's not in drawer number 1, that's where you naturally looked for it. So in the future, put it back in drawer number 1. And yeah, you'll be able to find it. That doesn't totally hold true if you live with someone else or multiple people and they're also looking for things. Then you can put a little post-it note saying, I moved this to drawer number 1. All right, so we're going to make a new game. We want to try scrolling instances. Good. So this works, except that when you hit the edges, it's scrolling the camera in or out. I think that's okay. I think most people try dragging this anyway. I don't like that that's happening, though, because I don't think it's expected. I didn't even know that was scrollable. It's only if they're docked. If they're undocked, then you can just drag them wherever you want, and then there's no reason to scroll them anyway. So now it's just going to scroll the background. I don't think that used to happen. Let me load this up on here. Those are in-game windows, yeah. When they're docked, is there a parent scroll view? Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, it always let you zoom through this. Interesting. Okay. Then yeah, that wasn't a regression. The only regression is this bit, which I'm not super concerned with. Like I said, I think you would just drag this. Yeah, anyway. I'll write it as a note. Note now when you have enough battle windows to necessitate scrolling and you hit the limit with the scroll wheel, it will zoom the camera. I don't like this behavior, but it isn't worth looking into right now. All right, so next thing I want to do is rename town sub viewport container. So let's go do that in Godot. So it renames both things. We're going to rename this to, where's rename? It's like propagating. I'm just going to call it that. Doesn't really make any sense. And that's it, right? It's not actually, yeah, it's just a script. So we name this here too. Propagating. Cool. Let me just try running the game to make sure we didn't break anything doing that. Hey, R. Cranston. I like to have a note already open when embarking on a big information intake session. Yeah, the other thing about notes is that they help you retain information. So even if you haven't struggled, it helps you learn something. I think I should probably write that down here too. Just writing notes probably helps you retain the information. All right, did this build? It built, it ran. So we're going to check that in. Rename. Why are there changes here? Oh, okay, that's correct. But man, Godot is crashing a lot. A lot. Is that the game that crashed? If that's a game that crashed, we're in trouble. Okay, this is bad. This is really bad. Mutex lock failed, invalid argument. I can't deal with this stuff. It's close to launch. Granted, on quitting the game, I think people are a little bit more forgiving. Because it's like, well, I was going to quit it anyway. So if it crashed while I was quitting, as long as it saved my data, and it does. That part's not a problem. It doesn't look like it happens every time. Might be related to you running out of RAM. I don't think that's happening. Yeah, we have quite a lot of headroom, but also the swap used is only a 1 gigabyte. I don't know what the maximum swap would be on this. If it's just the disk size or not. But yeah, I'll restart this computer later and we'll see what happens. So here we're just going to check this in as rename town sub viewport container. As of the prior commit, it's also used in the battle panel tab. So I didn't want town in the name. Okay, now for the big thing I wanted to fix is this stuff. Let's move this up to the top of the list. And I'm going to start with this because I don't think it should be that hard to figure out. I'm not sure why it doesn't happen in the editor. Where's this coming from? Panel tab container? Oh, it does happen in the editor. Well, that's great because that means that it should be very easy to figure out. So why you do this? Tab container. Theme, paper stack. Yeah, it's super messed up looking. Why is that happening? I can't even find where this thing is supposed to be. Oh, because I'm looking in the wrong place. Here it is. Style box texture has nothing? Empty? How is this even rendering? What? It's supposed to be the paper stack thing. Does this just fix it? No, my bad. That's not right. I don't know why there's a margin on all that stuff then. What is this, tab container? As a panel? Yeah, here it is. The margins are probably wrong. Let's just change them and just see what happens. No, I don't think it's that. I think something else is going wrong. I don't know what it is. Huh. Seeing weird lines on a lot of the fonts in the game. Oh, God. Why is nothing sacred? I did not see that message, by the way. Thank you for telling me. Beginning to wonder about this update. Does that happen in the editor too, I wonder? Rich text label. Bold. Not bold. Then we got to set the right fonts, or else this isn't going to look correct anyway. Quick load. Bold. Yep, look at that. There's some weird little bar right there. All right, so Ski was seeing it for the letter D, which we just found. The letter W. And that's it. Capital W, lowercase d. Yeah. Okay, let's load up good old Glypher Studio. Let's go find the font. And bold only. Yeah, I should test that. Yeah, bold only. Although let's just, oh, you know what? I already have a shortcut for this. Check this out. Alpha. And alpha. There, now we have the whole alphabet. And we can put that in a bold thing too. All right, so capital Y as well. And it's only at certain zoom levels. Does W have two of them going on, or is that on a G? W has two. So D, W, Y. V, W. Any other ones? No, I think that's it. Califer. Fonts. So it's not just the bold one, but let's load up the bold one first. Hey, Grog. This stuff has gotten better over the past few days. Thanks, Sunset. I wish you well. I do not know if stuff has gotten better because now things like this are happening where it's like, is there a problem with our font? I don't see anything weird on the W. So why would that happen? Who knows? But if we load up the bold font again, I wonder if all it takes is just re-importing this. No, it obviously took more than that. Is there something else over here we need to set? Maybe we have to change one of these things. What is hinting? Only if it contains hinting data. What if I said this is normal and then re-import it? Nothing. What if I said to none? Nothing. All right, I'm just going to change all these settings until something happens. Compress. What if we set this to 128? No, that changed the vertical bar on that. What if I said 256? You can't even set it that high. Okay, now it changed the vertical bar on all of the W, but not on the Y. We had this at 96 originally. What if we set it lower to 32? Now it's huge. What's the pixel range? Width of the range around the shape between the minimum and maximum representable sign distance. Using font outlines must be set to at least twice the size of the largest font outline. So maybe that's just all we needed to change? What's this? Source font size used to generate MSDF textures. Higher values allow for more precision, are slower to render, and require more memory. You notice a visible lack of precision. Only effective if MSDF is true. Okay, yeah. So we had this set to 96. What if I just change this to 40? What if I set it to 10? Do we see more of those? No, this doesn't seem to do anything. But changing this definitely did do something. We got a pixel font now. It is weird that these are happening all over the place now. Okay, well, what do you do about this? Because this is like a core rendering thing that's just broken. Font. I don't even know what we search for. Just search for font and see what's open. Probably like 100 issues. All right, last updated. Should also take a picture of this. I want to take a picture of the zoomed in thing so I can actually see these. Then we'll put this in my note. This happens on the bold font. Oh, wait, I didn't look at the other font, did I? But it's only at some zoom levels? No, it seems like it's only the bold font. I wonder if that makes things easier for us somehow. Huh, it might. Okay, let's look it up. Bold. Editor occasionally seg faults when multiple fonts are not imported in a project. Text gets blurry. No, now we're back in like 2025. Text, what do we call this? It's like the miter limit is wrong, but not really. Jagged? I don't know. Or text is too common. Does it happen if it's just an issue with how Godot is handling things? I need to test some other things out here. What if we put this in a label? DWYVW. So there's the label. We move this to here. We zoom to the level that is happening on the other one, which is here. And then we set this to use the bold font. Font, quick load, bold. Yeah, so it's not a rich text label thing. It's just a bold font thing. Is there something going on here? Stacked effects. Oh, wait. They added a bunch of oversampling stuff. Is that what we need? I don't even know what that means. I just kind of ignored it all. I should probably figure that out. Godot oversampling. All right. How do we do this? Where do you turn this on? Is it a thing in the font and not a thing in the editor? Something with their MSDF? It could be. Make hinting effective with fonts that don't include hinting data. I don't think this did anything. Oh, it got rid of a vertical bar there. Kind of interesting. Huh. I don't know. I know they added a bunch of oversampling things. And it was pretty recent too. Where'd they put all that stuff? Adds a new oversampling for draw character, draw string. These are functions though. I don't even know if this is the cause or the solution or what. Is there anything in here about this? No. What happens if you disable mip mapping? On what exactly? This? Nothing changes there. If I turn off MSDF, what happens? Yeah, then it renders poorly. But it deletes all those lines. So it's something with the MSDF settings. I can't find a combination of settings that works for this. Actually, that makes it worse. So I should set this low, like this. They're not gone though. I see it on the W there. You can't set it to 0. This was 30 before. Didn't I write a note about this? MSDF. Get effects implementing interface. Yeah. That's a huge problem. I need to fix that. That's one of the big ones, like the big 5. All right, so this is some MSDF thing. I don't know if we're gonna have to downgrade Godot. Font hinting seems slightly off. I mean, this isn't updated recently. Hey, that was just Poe. Is it a recently closed issue, maybe? Solid line of pixels at the top or bottom when rendered. Did they circle it in here or something? What are they talking about? What are they talking about? A bitmap font with text format BM font and associated PNG is rendering a line of pixels at the top and sometimes bottom of some characters, J, P, and Q. Where does that happen? J, P, Q. Oh, this. Yeah, that looks terrible. All right, what do they do about this? It was an issue with the font. I wonder if it's an issue with this font too, and I'm just not seeing it for some reason. Can I click individual? There's just one path here. Isn't that not possible? Shouldn't I be able to like click multiple? What does it do? Resize, path edit. Ah, yeah, here. This looks fine to me. I don't know what would look broken though in a font. And it's only happening for some characters. So it's happening for capital W, but it's not happening for capital V. Is there something that looks different between those two? 2 points on the right arc of the W. Is it sharp edges? Oh, like this? Can I zoom in? I don't know if that would be an issue. I mean, maybe. Who knows? If it is a font problem, I guess it's possibly more fixable. What are the closest characters for investigating this? I guess D and B, because it only happens for D, but not for B. So yeah, let's go look at that. Lowercase. How do you close this thing? I guess you just pick from it. So D. How do we do that now? There we go. So that's D. I'm just going to take a picture of this. And then B. All right. Is there any difference? There is. And there's a different number of points around this. And around this. Right? Yeah. Looks like there's 2 points. You're saying like here on the B? There might be. Yeah, there are. Yeah. So the question is, like, could I fix this? Could I even? I have no idea what exactly is causing this. Let's also paste this into here before I forget. Or do you copy the B and invert it? It would probably work. Where'd my other tab go? God, let's just close some of these things. Come on. I just want to get to the point where, oh my God, this is so annoying. There we go. So I wonder if the position of the little pipe coming out of it is important. Probably. It's probably connected to one of these. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that. Did I do that? Was that there already? Oh my God. I feel like I just like solved a murder or something. Hold on. Let me load that in and make sure it wasn't something I just added in myself now. Oh man. This is crazy. I am so glad I even know about some of these tools. Yeah, there it is. That's probably what caused this. My goodness, I'm giving Ski a point. Okay, so I can probably fix this myself. Well, yeah, let's try this and see what happens. So I click this, and then I just delete one of these points maybe? If I were to delete a point, how do you even manage this thing? I want to not deselect the entire thing when I do this. I like it this way though. Yeah, I like that missing single pixel when it's rendered at a 96 font size. There we go. That's what D looks like. Actually, honestly, it's probably not too bad, even though I don't want to do that. I need to figure out what I'm doing. And I wonder, can we just delete this point? Moving it is not probably good enough. I can't figure out how to use this program. Can you mark it as straight? Hey, Net4, I don't know how to, I don't know what I'm doing. Can probably merge points. Yeah, I probably can. I don't know what is going on. Copy the selected shape, delete, removes the currently selected shape from the glyph. Oh, no, that's the whole shape. Okay, we can't do that. What's this? Turn path into a component instance. Do I want to just, I don't know. Yeah. Looks like the higher point has large handles. Is this just in the wrong direction? Oh, well, one of these things isn't supposed to even be here, right? And that's why this is causing a problem right now. I don't know how you delete it though. All right, well, let's just click random stuff and hit, oh, it's backspace. Okay, so what if I delete that? Ah, look at that. But now it just goes straight down. Before, didn't it look like it went straight down? But it didn't. Aha. Okay, I'm going to reload this font one more time. I really, really don't want to mess this up, because this is exactly the kind of thing that is a waste of my time right now. And we're going to test this lowercase d and see if it works. Let's go back to this. We're going to delete that one little node. So we select U, delete, and it'll very slightly change the shape of this apparently, but I don't care. And now we're going to export this. Yes. Now we do not move away from the tab. Cool. Also, hey, Fog. All right, so now we put this into the project. Man, these are crazy. And it fixed it. It fixed it. So now we just got to do that on the other 4 characters. Wow. All right, I'm taking a picture of this. This is nuts. Nuts. Copy as Markdown. Turns out it fixed rendering. Well, it probably just rendered it a little differently. Okay, so let's copy this in my notes. Yeah, what a crazy thing. All right, misaligned. Is this my troubleshooting section? Yeah. Text problems. Weird spikes on a font. This is a font problem. In my case, oh wait. Before we do this, let's load up Glypher over here, and let me load up my old font, because I want to get a picture of what the glyphs look like. In my case, I loaded my font into this and saw this when zoomed in on the top of the D. Where is it? Wait, it doesn't exist there now. Oh, because I already put it in the game. Oh, whoops. That did nothing. Okay, well, we could just look at any other letter, right? I already wrote the font, yes. Okay, so capital W. There you are. So where is it on the capital W? It's in two places. So it's like at the first valley and then the second other valley. Yeah, so if I just click this, we should see a couple of weirdo characters here, right? Oh my goodness, look at you. It's so funny to me. So that's causing like a gigantic spike in the editor? I guess so. What about the other part of the W? Yeah, look at that. Okay, well, let's see how we fix this because I don't know if this is going to be harder. What zoom percent are we at? 45,000? Okay, I saw this when I zoomed in to 45,000% on the first valley of a W. Is that really 45,000%? I can't copy paste it for some reason. Yeah. All right, so let's see. If I just deleted this, I'm guessing it's going to look bad. Oh, yeah. It's not a W anymore. I don't know what that is. So how are you supposed to do this? Did I mess it up? No, there we go. We can't move the whole thing. Is this just a bar of something else? Oh, the bars are down there. Oh, this won't be easy. I'm guessing I just drastically changed the shape. I did not drastically change the shape. No one will ever know. Except for maybe they will. Yeah, can I Command Z now? Did it update something? It did, yeah. Okay, cool. So I just need to redo a couple times. Is there a redo somewhere? There's undo. All right, well, I guess I can just repeat it, right? Oh, I am changing it a little bit. But maybe if we don't move it too much, like it was down here, I just move it to there, and then this to there. It's not drastically different looking, but now it probably won't have that spike in it. Now I gotta do the same thing on this one. Yeah. Okay, so again, goal is to not make it drastically different. Yeah, so not what I'm doing right now. And now we lost the, oh, nice. Drag the end of the handle to on top of the point. But I mean, this still looks like the same capital W we pretty much had, right? Maybe not. Maybe. Let me load up the original font in another window and then not edit it. Who found this? Yeah, Ski found it. And yeah, this is ridiculous. All right, so here's the original letter. And here's the new letter. Let's zoom a little bit here. Yeah, they look practically identical, right? Yeah, maybe if you play spot the differences with them, you could see different angles or something, but yeah, they look pretty much the same. This is what launching a game looks like. All right, so we fixed two letters. We got to fix 3 more. Y, let's go. Yeah, let's do the capital Y now. Capital Y. Let's make sure it's that same problem as before. Yep. Yep. Little spike. Little spiky boy. I'll put that there and put that there. Cool. Oh yeah, I never wrote the solution. So in this case, the like handles of the curve are in a straight line, which probably causes some kind of causes those spikes due to, I don't know, some approximation of where the engine, the font renderer thinks the shape is going. To fix it, I dragged the handles so that they were in a, what did I do? I don't even describe this. They're still kind of in a line, but they're sort of like normals to the, I don't know. I dragged the handles so that, yeah, I dragged the handles around until it looked like the same shape, but didn't produce a weird spike. Okay, great. I'll probably know what that means in the future. So that's the capital Y. Next is V and then W. V. Yeah, look at these little spikes. It's just so funny to me. Okay, so the only way we can really tell if we've messed this up or not is by zooming out enough. So let's drag this here. Let's drag this here. Nice. Zoom in after the edit to get a good look at what the fix looks like. I don't think it's probably necessary, and I'm also not totally sure that I have fixed these things yet, but yeah, that could potentially work. Then just delete the spike. Yeah, but I have no confidence in what I'm doing right now, so I'm trying to do it in just a way that works. God, I cannot believe this is an issue. All right, this one goes here, goes here. So the spike is gone, right? Yeah. I mean, go 45,000% in the fixed version. Yeah, I know what you mean for the notes, right? To take a picture of that. And I might end up doing that. I'm streaming awfully late. Yeah. So I mentioned this a little while ago. Hang on. I'm treating this like it's the button of an atomic bomb right now. I mentioned this a little while ago, but my wife has been really supportive of me wanting to like work extra on launch Skeleteller. So I'm trying to put in as much time as possible, but I do probably need to go and like, well, maybe when I get done with this. I kind of want to look in that other issue though too. There's so much to do. I just didn't see us doing that for casual verification. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I can do that. But first, let me put this in the game because that's the real verification. It's just, do we see any spiky characters? They're all gone. Look at that. Clean font. Unfortunately, this can happen with any font. It's not necessarily just the bold one. So I should probably go test this on the other fonts. Oh, wait, this is both bold and normal. So we've done it with both of those, but we haven't done it with the handwritten font. No. There's a spike on the B. Wait, no, that one didn't change. What am I doing? Yeah, there. Now we can just ignore those. Any spikes over here on the lower ones? No, I don't see any. Cool. Is she watching? I doubt it. Yeah, so as far as verification goes, if we zoom in on this, there is now just a, well, I guess there still is a little bit of a spike, but it's not as sharp. Are those blobs on the bold expected? They're expected because I overrode the font. to be nothing. If I set it back to the Skeleseller font, then everything just looks clean. But I didn't want to get confused about what font was what, so I purposely broke it. Okay, so here's what one of these could look like. I probably should have done this on the other letter. What letter was that I zoomed in on? Capital W. And then I had it here. In this case, I like perfectly fixed it. How did I do that so well? I made them align like that. Yeah, I'll just take a picture of this. Drag the handles around until they're the same shape. It didn't produce a weird spike. Yeah. What about punctuation? Oh yeah, that's true. I probably should test everything. Man. We technically have to test with every character, right? Including, yeah, pretty much every character is in this font. But I would need to test it in Godot because otherwise I can't. I need to zoom into like 45,000% on all these fonts. So yeah, I guess let's just type out every character then. So all the numbers. What else do we have? That. We have an ampersand, but I never use the ampersand in the game, I think. Parentheses for sure. Apostrophe, comma, hyphen, slash. I don't know if we ever use a slash. Question mark we might use. I think that's it. So now we got to zoom to a level that they might show up. Wait, why is the V still broken? Did I not fix the capital V? Period? Yeah, period. I didn't fix the capital V? Does anyone remember if I even clicked that? I mean, I guess we're about to find out. No, I did not. Okay. That's fine. Easy enough to fix. And it still looks pretty much the same. Yeah. Oh, it isn't in my list on the right. Nice. Nice thinking. Yeah. All right. So export again. V for this is a very long stream today. V is for that. Yes. Man, what a crazy problem. Ski, great eye. Just great eye. Okay, so I think those are all looking fine now. Let's test this in the regular font down below. Oh, that's the wrong font now. I want to revert this to whatever the default is. I think that's probably correct. Yeah, I can't zoom in too far because if you do, then those spikes go away. But yeah, I don't see any problems here. Yeah, I don't see any problems. 45,000%. He's got a telescope like backed up to his monitor. I was kind of kidding here. I mean, we can try those too. I assumed that they use the same glyphs as the other one. Should we capitalize all these as well? This is wild, by the way. Wild. Yeah, I think we're good. Neat. Yeah, I know. This is what my game looks like now, guys. It's oh man. All right, so all we do is modify a font. Remove. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is worth testing for sure because these are jagged characters. And then I want them on here too. Yeah, they look fine to me. Huh. Yeah, had a lot of fun. Cross handles on capital Y, unplayable. It's way easier to see in game. I mean, is it? This one maybe, just because they're larger, but you found them on other dialogues too. Anyway, I'm really like, okay, I'm hesitating a lot because I don't exactly want to say this, but I'm just going to say this. I'm pretty proud of myself for having figured out at least that process. Like, yes, Ski saw the thing. I definitely pat him on the back for that. But I thought it was a Godot thing, couldn't find an issue, found someone saying it was the font, looked into the font, and zoomed in really, really, really far. Remove spikes from some characters. All right, here we got to be careful about which characters we had, which there were these and then capital V. So let's sort these. Okay, so these characters all had jagged spikes at certain zoom levels. They were due to the curves in the font file itself. Just graphic and font testing now. Well, we're kind of recovering from like bad states all around. So this is one of the bad states. The other bad state that we have is, well, I can just show you in the editor. This, where I don't know why, but there's like a bunch of blank space up here. It's not using the entirety of the space that we have. What happened? Just how is this even possible? If we, oh, you know what we could test? If we delete the themes, does this take up the full space? It does. Okay, so it's definitely a theme problem. But how? How indeed? What if we change this to something else entirely? Like this. It only modifies the bottom for some reason. And apparently you can't Command Z that. Yes, you can. Okay, so expand margins. What if I change this? No, probably not that. Axis stretch sounds probably fine. Draw center. Content margins. It starts in the middle. Why is it doing that? Is it the tab bar? Tab bar control have its own graphic? I don't think so. Even here, it shows up in the wrong spot completely. What if... Okay, wait. I don't have any changes, right? Yeah, so I can just mess around with this as much as I want. So let's just delete stuff. Just delete the button theming. Let's delete this thing. Let's get it down to just the bare minimum. Panel container, we know we need. Paper panel, doesn't matter. Pop-up panel, shouldn't matter. Rich text label. And the final one is tab container. Oh wait, panel container is the one I didn't need, right? Yeah, so tab container is the broken thing. If I just delete this panel, that's not enough to fix it. So it's something else. Tab bar background. Oh, there it is. Well. Okay, so now how do we revert this? X. That's not probably what I wanted to do. I don't know how to get back to that. No, it's got all my changes. How do I not save this? Quick load paper stack theme. That is not doing it. Okay, fine. Let's just save it and then just revert it in here. Okay, so now it's back to normal. Now we go look at tab bar background. This must be broken somehow. Wait, the background has the entire paper stack thing? Can we just delete this? We probably could, but we probably need to... How do I do that? Oh, I see. I get it. We do just change the height. Is this doing anything? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but we're gonna just keep clicking stuff until something happens. Hey, we kind of got something. Okay, so we set the top to 0, I guess. Now it's stretching. Oh, that kind of works. What did it look like before this? Let's take a picture of that. Oh, wait, maybe I have it on the Steam page. Yeah. Okay, so this is what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like now. These are centered, but that's maybe something that you can set in the tab container. Or maybe we do something different at runtime. Let's just try running this and see what happens. I would then need to change this in our other paper theme that we have. Don't save. Is it running? Yeah, but now it's in the middle. I guess because we have a left set on this. Oh, then I guess we have to tile this too, right? But then that's not going to work. If we lower that a little bit. Like it works right up until there. That doesn't work anymore. Play around with the expand margins too. I think expand is always outside of the boundaries of this thing. Expands the left side of it. Why'd that go away? Causing me drawn larger than requested. Like I think I need to change this stuff. But yeah, we can only do this so much. Maybe like there is as low as we can go. And it's kind of the same thing over here too. Seems like a bug. Tab bar background. Was this fixed? Yeah, I added a 4.5. Did this cause a problem? Completed over here. Take care, Spot Kid. Thanks for being here. Great. Custom vertical and horizontal margins for it internally within the tab container. So hold on a second. Before this change, we weren't respecting the margins, and now we are respecting the margins. Couldn't I just not have a thing here? And then just delete the margins? No. How are you supposed to do this? I don't know how you're supposed to do. I mean, we could have the tabs floating in the middle, I guess, but I don't like that. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh my god, thank goodness. Why was that? What was that doing before? It's a -1. What does that mean? Hello, documentation. Where does it mention -1? The bottom margin for the contents, increasing this value reduces the space available to the contents from the bottom. If it's negative, it's ignored, and a child-specific margin is used. Okie dokie. So I think this is going to work now. We just set this to 0 or whatever it looks like in this picture because I was happy with the picture. Whoops. Yeah, this. It was like right on that little flowery looking thing. Yeah, where is it now? Looks pretty much identical. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's nice. So we had to delete the texture margin top or else this wouldn't work. But what if I just set this to 0 and then we kept this at any number? Okay, so yeah, that's unused now. So I either set this one to 0 or the bottom one to 0. And it doesn't really matter, I think. So how about we keep the same things that we had? So save this. And keep this. And the vertical stretch shouldn't even matter either. Let's try that. Did this reload? It did not reload. I'll just reload the whole project. Stop running, yeah. Don't save. Surprised to see you still stream at this time. Yeah, I think we're going to be putting in some long days. Okay, so back to panel container. No, tab container. Down to this. So yeah, I mean, it looks fine to me. So we changed content margins to be left 0, top 0. What if I change right to 0? Yeah. Probably should change the bottom as well, right? Like, what's the point of any of this? And then if I delete this, yeah, then it looks bad. I don't get how this is working, but it's working. So yeah, let's go run the game. And it's not going to work in the perks board, I think. But we can go fix that too. Also, I think this is running at like 3x scale. Yeah, let's tone that down. Wow. It's beautiful. I mean, the life bar is still broken over there. No one knows. Okay, so now this is broken, but that should be pretty easy to fix too. So we just got to go find that. It is, I think, player ability tree. There? Where does this even show up? I don't know. Oh, meta perks might have the same issue. No, they use the same theme, so this should look fine now, right? I don't know what this scene is called. But it says town perks on it, so let's just search for town perks. It is a perk tree. Yeah. So what are you? You are a player ability tree. Player ability tree. Yeah. Why didn't I see this then? Player ability tree. Oh, it's just really dark. No, that's not true. It's whatever includes this that uses it. There are no tabs up there. Perks panel tab. There it is. Okay, so in here we have the same deal. We have a theme somewhere. Here it is. We click that. We go over to tab container. We click this. And then we just change the content margins to be 0, 0, 0, 0. I have no idea if that worked. We're going to go find out. Hey, it did. Look at that. It's beautiful. Hey, Kaiser. But the life bar is a similar thing. I hope so. I really, really hope so. Because I do not want to mess with that. You set that up the first time and I'm like, thank goodness Kevin did that because I don't want to touch it. And I still don't want to touch it. Do we have a perks tree showing here so I don't need to load the game again? We don't. Okay. I want to see, oh, is there the right spacing too? Yeah, spacing looks pretty much the same. I think this was always centered. No, it didn't even look like that, right? I don't recall. I don't know what the game looked like anymore. We'll just load this up and find out. Okay, build that. Yeah, it looked like that. Okay, cool. It's a shortcut you use. I use Command Shift F, but that's probably not what it is by default. What matters more is knowing this, the command ID. So you'll want to bind that. So if you type in what I just pasted, you just set your own key binding for it. And like I said, I use Command Shift F, but it doesn't really matter. Just use whatever you want. Just so you know, it's the exact same shortcut as a command palette. It just puts a percent sign in this box. So if you were to go to a certain file, like let's say you go to adventure or something, if you just type a percent at the beginning, it's not going to search your whole code base for that. So it's just the command palette with a percent sign. All right, well, I guess we fixed it, unless there's some other panel that's broken somewhere. And I guess we could find that by searching for tab container and type equals tab container. Yeah, so we only have 4 things in the entire code base. There is perks panel, which we just did. There is panel tab, which we did. And then these other 2, which we haven't touched, but probably use the same themes. And in fact, it's easier to just go look at them in the game, and that way I don't need to do anything special. So this should be much faster. So here, yep, this looks good. And we can still press Q and E to go between them. Nice. All right, looking good. And then let's win this. Oh, you know what? When you win, maybe the NPCs should throw confetti. That'd be kind of nice, right? Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. It's a nice little polish thing. I'll write that down. When you complete a bone mode scenario, the NPCs should throw confetti. You have a place to post fan art. Kind of want to do some fan art. The only fan art I've gotten so far is from Sinistello. And I don't remember where I put that. I think Steam is probably good. Discord is definitely good, like Ski LinkedIn. But I think Steam also has a community hub where you can share things, artwork maybe. Can people, yeah, upload your artwork? I think you can put it in here. Build the entire game on stream. I started watching today. Hey, Sicario. I pretty much did. And I say I pretty much did because if you look through the VODs, there's about 2,000 hours of VODs in here. But it's not like I only ever did development on stream. I also did some development off stream. So that wouldn't be covered in here. But yeah, if you wanted to skim through this, if the point of you asking is because you want to skim through it, I've got the perfect video for you, which is this one. What I call... Oh, shut up. Which is I show you what the game looks like on, you know, the prototype. So I run this in the video and you can see what it looked like then. And then I show you at different checkpoints throughout. So this is like day 30 or something, and then day 60 and I don't know, day 90. And yeah, you can see the game evolve over time. It's pretty nice. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, this meme. I really, really like this that Sinistello did. Stello. Now, if anyone wants the best, stupidest, cringiest meme, this was from a year ago. I am somewhat embarrassed by it because I have a very terrible singing voice. But I did spend many, many, many hours on it. So if someone can sing better than I can, I'll send you the instrumental and we can just have your voice be there. All right, so we tested everything except for meta perks tab container because I got sidetracked by, not chat, by me talking about other stuff. And yeah, this looks good. Whew, I am very glad about that. Now we need to look at the life bar, which probably has the same problem. In fact, actually, couldn't we just search for this by style box texture in a T-res file? I need food. I need to take a break. I would really want to finish this. So let's just take a look. Buttons.tres. Why doesn't this have a problem? Why would the life bar have an issue? Yeah, why does that make sense? Why is not every button in the game broken? I don't think I understand. Oh, maybe because it's just party member that doesn't look good? Yeah, the life bar's in the wrong spot. Why do I have changes to a theme, presumably? Yeah, I'm fading pretty fast. Life bar border. It's probably this. It's a 9-patch rectangle. And it has a texture, which means it probably has those content margins and stuff, right? It just has patch margin. Wait a second. This looks like it's in the right spot, but didn't it not just a second ago? No, it's just party member that doesn't. Party member base has it in the right spot, but party member doesn't? Oh, you know what this might be? Oh, this might be something more insidious. It might be some scene inheritance thing where this just somehow got the wrong position. Where? Yeah. Oh, no. All right. Well, what position is this thing over here? Layout, transform. Position is 7, 6.5. Shouldn't this thing just have the same position? Yeah. All right. I'm guessing this is probably broken everywhere else too, because party member base has a lot of descendants. Thankfully, we can find them all by doing this. Party member by class, party member random. Okay, so party member by class is somehow fine. Party member random is also fine. I think it's fixed. Guys, I don't know how I'm gonna make it until launch. I'm like barely keeping it together. I'm excited, but at the same time, it's like how many bugs in the last week was I like, all right, that's it, pack it in, we're done. All right, so now if we go to this, yeah, it's in the right spot. And what about over here? No, it's not in the right spot there. So whatever walking to portal does is bad and wrong and should be fixed. Where is the fix? Party section. Party section makes something. Party member. Battle party member. That's what it is. Battle party member. Why did we not find this one? Yeah, weird. Why didn't I find this? This inherits. Oh, because we got to search for all of the owners of the owners, which is battle party member and battle perk party member. Okay. So where's battle party member? I'm developing a headache. I really got to stop soon. 7, 6.5. And battle perk party member. That doesn't need any fixing. And this should have just fixed itself in the game, right? So now if we send them back into a new battle. No, it didn't fix it. Try again. I blame the unique ID tool. Yeah, at least it was easy. I agree. In fact, I kind of wonder what these scenes look like beforehand. This branch is some mega branch that I'm working on now. Yeah, now it looks fine. Oh, man. All right, let's go take a quick look at that. Then I gotta go. This is just a position being reset. So, what was I gonna do? I was gonna go over here and then go to party member. So this does not have a position. Yeah, this is kind of weird how this works. They probably changed some inheritance thing here. What? This makes even less sense. What? It didn't even recognize that I changed something. There's no diff. I think this is a bug in Godot. I don't get it though. How is that possible? I changed life bar so it's got a different. Oh no, not this one. Here. Yeah, I changed it so it had a different position. It's been saved. But then it doesn't say that I modified it. All right, what file are we in? We're in battle party member, but we changed a bunch of these, right? I also changed like party member, for example. Yeah, 7, 6.5. We don't. Oh, we do have a change of party member. Oh, it deleted life bar because it knows that the parent has the exact same one. Okay, this is incredibly dangerous because we just happen to notice it. Yeah, the life bar is like way off. It's very obvious. But any scene could have had this happen where just this got injected in somewhere. And it's because there's a layout mode here. How do we even find this though? It'd be in that mega commit I did that changed like everything. In fact, is that what did this? Because if so, there's probably a problem with the upgrade project tool. Does it happen from the massive commit? I'm guessing it did. I think we're about to find out. I wonder if this will happen if we run this again. That's another problem we'd have to be careful about. All right, so what file are we looking at here? Party member. Why? This is even party member. I'm clicking this. There we go. Yeah, add it in the life bar. Oh, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. Let's click the plus here and let's run that tool again. If it was a one-time thing, that's better. But if every single time I click this, it's going to do this, we're going to have a big problem. We're back to need to run it twice. All right, this is going to take a decent amount of time. While that's running, I will go fill out my journal. I don't think I've filled it out for today. No, I haven't. What's going on? It says finished. There we go. What a day. What do we do? Upgraded Godot due to this issue. Where's the issue? I just want to find one where I'm the commenter on it. This one. Which itself took a long time to find. I worked for 10 hours after the stream yesterday. Albeit not working exclusively on that. Then I've I don't even know what we say. I then worked through the backlog, took a bunch of notes. Yeah, what a day indeed. Okay, so did this modify this again? It modified a bunch of other files, but it didn't modify this. It's still running? Huh, wow. And that means it still has an opportunity to break things. Oh no. Did it break this? I can't totally tell. I can't read this. Git status. Yeah, here, not stage changes. I just want to see his party member in here. No, it's not. So it doesn't repeatedly break it. But the first time I ran it, it broke it. I think this is a bug in the tool. Why wouldn't it do it the second time? Maybe because it sees that it has these unique IDs now. Yeah, it's probably the addition of the unique IDs that causes this to happen. This is particularly pernicious. What do we do? The responsible thing is probably try to repro this and file a bug. Why are all these changes here now? Yeah, that's anyone's guess. I don't know. It's something that's always bugged me about these tools. is they should be idempotent. You run it once and it's just done. Now you run it any number of times in the future, it should produce the exact same output. What's weird is it didn't even have unique IDs on all of these things before. It does make me think that you need to run this several times to get the same output. So I'm going to need to check these things in too. What happened in June last year? It was Idle Cub and Avok making YouTube videos. If you search for Skeleseller, the very first one that comes up has 116,000 views. What I've noticed is, and I do this every day now, if I go to my wishlist count and I see that the number for the day is like wildly different from what it used to be, something took off on social media. That's always the answer. So on that day, I notice, I'm like, what is going on? There's like 100 or 200 or 300 in the morning. It ended up being many more hundreds that day. But yeah, that's reflected in this all history thing here. If you look at the wish list, that spike is like 1,200 in one day. And then, yeah, same thing happened pretty recently over there. I was like, whoa, wish list went up to 300. Why is that? Turns out it was actually my content that time. I made some shorts and I put them on YouTube and TikTok and some on Instagram. But yeah, that's it. Pretty much crickets besides those 2 points. Okay, so I'm torn here because I think it's responsible for Godot as a project for me to file an issue, but I just really don't have the time. Hey, Wesley. I said I would explain yesterday. I can't. If you come in tomorrow, I'll try to explain to you what you asked about in the general chat, but I'm like super burned out now for the day. I got to just go take a break and step away from a computer. So I'm going to go raid somebody. Today was wildly productive. Like wildly productive. All right. Oh, I'm dying over here. Okay, let's go raid Ryan, who raided me the other day. Okie dokie. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for supporting me. I am going to go lay down. Goodbye, everybody.